So welcome to the afternoon session. And the first speaker is Isabel Perez. I met her several years ago. She was just out of her PhD and gave a wonderful talk at a meeting I organized in the Alps. She went on to become the leading expert on the music and the brain, which was the theme of her talk. And she moved from Brussels to Montreal, where she founded the Brahms, which is a center for the brain and music, the study of brain and music. And I warn you, she will try, possibly, to convince you that even I, one day, might be able to sing in tune. Good luck, good luck. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlo. Yeah, no, I won't ask you to sing today. we maybe later for the general discussion, eh? I count on you. All right, so yeah, my point is really that singing is natural and unique. That's more special. Okay, I have a problem to keep time when I don't have my computer. So, Carlo, I'm counting on you. And thank you so much for inviting me in beautiful Venice. I love it, of course. So let me start with, to attract your attention, of course.
小是人小小，是轻轻的 sprawą. Szybko asap się, przecież są zasyjenier. Siał.
And there are many beliefs related to this behavior, but I won't emphasize this. Of course, I hope you know this, that singing is as natural as speaking. That will be really the center of my talk, and that it is so important to study singing. And I encourage all the young people here to go in that direction. So it's very old, it's universal, it's a human trait. We may argue about that, of course, with Andra in particular, but I will maintain the point. It appears early and spontaneously. It is acquired spontaneously. It involves its most complex use of sounds like language and recruits multiple systems. So it's a complex system just to be able to be singing, although it seems to be so simple and natural. So songs transcend time, place, and culture, and there are now many articles describing how songs are used across cultures, even isolated tribes. And I like to emphasize two aspects of singing. First one is that now, thanks to technology and the rise of open source software, it is now possible to measure songs in an objective and automated way. And the other point we should emphasize, especially here we look all alike, that the study of singing is inclusive and is not limited to the Western, industrial, educated male population. I may come back to that later. And yet, it is little studied, scientifically, I mean. So why so few studies? It started with, I think, with the préjugé that we all have, and Carlo just expressed it before, that most people cannot carry a tune. I will prove that is wrong. Not with you, Carlo. First of all, I mean, the first idea was, is it true? And so a long time ago already with Simone Dalla Bella, who studied with Carlo, we just checked, is it true that most people cannot carry a tune? And we asked in public parks and then later in the lab to people to sing the Quebec song of Happy Birthday, which is this one.
Mon cher Michel, c'est à ton tour de te laisser parler d'amour. Mon cher Michel, c'est à ton tour de te laisser parler d'amour.
is nicer than happy birthday. And then what we observed is really a normal distribution. Most people are just average. I mean, they can sing in tune. And in the lab too, that's for the peer judgments, that is your judgments, if you like, from 1 to 10. And when we analyze, now we analyze that, of course, objectively. And in terms of errors, here are professional singers, and you can see they do make a little bit more pitch errors, but not time errors. So they are on time, the rhythm is correct, but they do make a few pitch errors. Not all of them. We identify 10 to 15% who sing out of tune. Most of them know that they sing out of tune. But I will not stress that now. So it has been replicated in different studies, in online testing. In 86% of more than 500 singers sing accurately, that is in tune. It is scalable across the lifespan. That is an important aspect, that you can study singing from the same task from the age of 3 until the end of life. There are not many tasks like that in cognition. And it can reveal several core processing components like pitch, rhythm, lyrical expression, and harmonization with others. So back to synchronization too. But I won't talk about that. So I just try to convince you that singing is widespread, that most of us can sing in tune. And now what I will try to convince you is that everyone can improvise. That's the challenge, but that's really the core of my talk, because these are recent data, and I think they are important. And then I will present data related to the idea that singing is really special. I will illustrate it with the generosity effect that we studied, that vocal melodies are more memorable than instrumental ones, and it's associated to specific neural correlates. So, but let me go to everyone can improvise. It all started with a case, Tim Falconer, who is a case of amusia, actually. He's singing out of tune. You will hear in a moment. So what was very interesting with him, first of all, he published a paper on his condition, a book. So Tim Falconer is 54 years old, he's a writer, a reporter, but he consulted because he's tone deaf. And here is how he sings Happy Birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mihaela. Happy birthday to you.
Not too bad. You can, not too bad, but it is out of tune. And now we ask him to sing the same tune, but on la la la, all right? Easy for most of us to sing the same Happy Birthday on la la la. Listen to what he does.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. That wasn't even close.
He knows, because he couldn't find the tune. So he improvised. He invented. And that was tonally structured. It was not out of tune. So it started the whole project. So I'm going to describe a few aspects of it. So
Elsie Faulkner.
that's his mother.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear friend. Happy birthday to you. La 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 la.
They all improvise.
La la la.
The whole family. No, I'm not kidding.
La.
So you can see that most of them are affected. I mean, they are tune deaf. They sing. They love to sing. But yeah, you heard it. And usually we think of improvisation as a skill that is only developed in experts, right? And that's someone I just recorded. I wanted to record it here in Venice, but they didn't want to improvise for me. So this one improvised. But I mean, what I want to illustrate that we really think of improvisation by jazz musicians first and expert musicians, not everyone else. And actually, all children are known to invent novel songs. They do that very early on, from the age of 3, and we are studying them now. Just to mention that something we have known for quite some time. I'm sorry, you cannot see the references in the bottom of my presentation. So we asked, actually, non-musicians in the lab. I don't know if Chloe was there at that time. We asked them, when I am alone and there is no music, I sing while improvising, so sing novel tunes. And 75% of them replied, yes, they do, while they don't dance alone when there is no music. That only 25% do. So there is something there, and that encouraged us to really study it systematically, because it's a lot of, it seems to be simple, but it's a lot of work. So that's what we did. We asked non-musicians, 33 actually, to make up novel songs, so to improvise. And the idea was, would they sing in tune without any reference? That is tonally organized, with a special focus on congenital amusia, like Tim Falconer, because these are the least musical. We wanted to know if what we observed by ear in the way they were singing in that family could be replicated on a larger scale. And so, what is congenital amusia? It's a developmental disorder. It is actually a neurogenetic disorder I have been studying for 20 years at least, which described as a lifelong inability to detect out-of-tune notes in melodies that typically elicit strong tonal expectations. That's the reason I'm presenting that to you, because they cannot detect when a note is out of key in a melody like these examples. Because you will remember these kind of clips better than data, I'm presenting them to you.
I'm going to say that was different. I think there was an extra pause in there.
Cannot tell.
Same.
Can't, okay? And that's a diagnostic feature. So if anyone in the room doesn't detect it, please come to see me. And so that's really the diagnosis. It's that they do seem, I mean, it's based on EEG data, I'm not presenting now, that the brain is picking up the tonal deviance, but they cannot report it, okay? So it's a lack of awareness of those pitch differences. So they must have some knowledge, that's the idea. And so that's what I'm writing here, that some tonal knowledge is available, though not consciously. And that's what we try to capture with improvisation, of course. So that's the question. I had the feeling it was possible because I studied a brain damage patient, it's embarrassing to say 30 years ago, who had that kind of behavior, couldn't detect any change in pitch, but was able to improvise, invent songs that were tonally organized. So that made me think that it would be possible. And so we studied I mean, here these are the control, the music. It is confirmed they were music in terms of a battery of tests that we are using, like the ones you heard. And we asked them to make 28 improvisations. So they were alone in a booth with a microphone, and we invited them with different kind of prompts to improvise. We asked them to sing a happy song, a sad song, etc. We had a recording of 1934 tunes. They were very long. I think I have an example here. Let me see.
Da 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 da.
Can we decrease the sound?
Da
It's too loud.
da 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 da.
Well, it's not, I mean, that's a regular improvisation, but you can hear what it is like for someone to improvise on da, of course, because we need to segment those tones and analyze them later on. And what we did first also, what we noticed is that they really liked the task. Even in music, we had to ask them to stop. They couldn't stop in the booth because they really like it. So the way to provide objective data was to study vocal smiles. Maybe you don't know, but when we smile, we can hear it in the voice, you know, on the telephone and in singing as well. We didn't know we would observe that in singing, but we do. So what you have here is a baseline. It's someone who was singing a song like Happy Birthday without smiling, with a forced smile. So we can hear it, we can detect it. So these are perceptual judgments for the different conditions. And you can see that it was true for in music as well as, I mean, these are in music, these are contours. For all their singing, it was clear that they were smiling when they were singing, especially when it was familiar. And usually they are shy, of course, when we ask them to, except the family of Tim Falconer. But the other ones really love to, really don't want to sing. And the main result is really that we could find tonal center. Oops. Oh, sorry. This was an music, singing really in the middle here. And what you can see is that the average of the contours, which is a little higher than the in music, so it's a question of degree, but they were all above chance, that's the chance level of being, we used an algorithm that defined the key of the melody. And chance was really by randomizing all those tones, we determine if it's possible to find the key, and that determined the control. And that was a professional singer who was improvising. So you can see that it is below contours, but still above chance. And for finishing the melody on the tonic, same thing. That's tonally structured, of course. It's not complete, it's not professional, but it is satisfactory. And so this is really what we were looking for, that is evidence for tonality improvisation of the least musical individuals. That's what I just said, it's a matter of degree, but the main point is really that it is a novel tool to study singing, which is important because it measures implicit knowledge, and that's what is shared by everyone. But not only, it's because we can now imagine, that's, for example, what we are currently doing with the same tool. It can reveal other aspects about implicit musical knowledge, like rhythm, the timing and beat structure, and we can analyze in music as well as their contours, but also the developmental trajectories, because it's very hard to study musical knowledge in children, because they are, I mean, they are not easy participants. I mean, they move all the time, but they do sing. So, and they do improvise. So we are collecting those data online too, to see if we can find trajectories in tonality, but also in beat structure. And reveal universals in humans and animals, of course, because animals improvise too, as far as we know. So that was the point I wanted to make. And this is in progress, this kind of research. Now I'd like to just illustrate quickly, without going too much into details, why it seems that really singing is different from instrumental music and from language, of course. So that's really intriguing, and I'd like to share that kind of data with you. First, the generosity, what we called the vocal generosity effect. We did find that, I mean, the voice is very special. I don't know if you have worked with voices or vocal stimuli, but it's remarkable how strongly we react strongly to voices. I mean, especially vocal singing, even if you don't like opera like me, but you do respond more when there is some singing around than, for example, instruments like we can hear here in this place. But what we observed is something that is really intriguing, is that when you present the same kind of out-of-tune note, I mean, by less than a semitone, so it's quite subtle, what we find is that for the violin, we are more sensitive. That is, below 100, one semitone, we can distinguish when it is in tune or out of tune. But for the voice, we are much more generous. I mean, they can sing out of tune, but it doesn't matter. We don't hear it. I mean, we don't detect it. That's one phenomenon. Another phenomenon that has been replicated in many studies is that when you present vocal melodies, sung melodies, the same ones also played on piano, banjo, different violin, different kind of instruments, you remember better the ones that were presented in the vocally than the same ones presented on an instrument. And that has been replicated also here with musics. They do have a memory impairment, of course. I mean, they don't process the melodic dimension normally, but they do show this vocal advantage. So whenever you want to boost performance, use vocal stimuli. But it also shows that there is something special. And the reverse is not true. We did test violinists, experts, I mean professional violinists, with violin melodies and with vocal melodies, and they don't show a violinist superiority effect. So it seems to hold even for professionals. And it has been observed after brain damage as well, a long time ago. And the reverse dissociation has never been shown. But it means again that the vocal melodies of singing is very special. And here are the latest data. It's not from my lab, it's from MIT. And they showed in 2 studies that the latest one is with the intracranial recording ECOG to a diverse set of natural sounds, including speech, songs, and instrumental music in epileptic patients. You know, it's a grid you put really on the brain, and you can record the electrical activity without too much noise. It's extremely precise as a technique, and they had reported before that with fMRI in a normal population the same kind of results. So it has been replicated with the same kind of algorithm, I must say, but it's quite intriguing that there is, I'll show you. And that it's not due to acoustical features. It's not due to differences in basic acoustical features like timbre or like spectral or temporal aspects. And they showed really that the responses were selective either to speech, to music, or to songs, and they were not in the same 10 minutes, thank you. So it was illustrated for instrumental music, for music with singing, for native speech, for foreign speech. So you have all those categories, and the neural networks are responding selectively to these 3 different categories. You follow me? Okay. And of course, I invite you to read all those papers. And this is really intriguing, but apparently, I mean, there is also a recent review showing that it is consistent with the literature in general. So this means that singing seems to be really another pathway than the musical one or the language one. And the question is why, and that's the question I'm asking you, of course. But there are no fossil records, so we have to speculate. So the question is really, singing seems to be special, but why? We try to come up with descriptors like these ones. That it is more salient, sure, I told you. More familiar, yes. We hear vocal sounds much more than any other kind of sound. It's more engaging, yes. It's more expressive. It's incarnated or embodied, to use the same term as this morning. Well, these are descriptors. These are not explanations. So it's an open question that awaits an answer, of course. And one way to see it, and I think it's a very important aspect of our evolution, and it has been proposed in different papers, and this one is really, I think, the most convincing one, and based on empirical data as well. And the idea is really that singing should replace singing rather than music. It's important in infant care, very important, of course, in infant care. That's what we all do. It's an instinct as parents to sing to our children, to our infants, actually. For mate bonding, this is a more controversial. There is, and group cohesion. So I'd like to mention a new applied research that we started in Montreal, and I hope you're going to do that also here in Italy. It's creating choirs for newcomers because the literature is showing that really people who sing together, bond together, and cooperate together. And so we thought, oh, but that's ideal mean to integrate our new immigrants, because as you know, you have lots of them, we do too. Less than Italy, of course, but we do. And so we created a new choir, and we are starting this kind of research. So just to illustrate, it just started. Oh. Well, the quality is not there. It's a question of transfer. But at least you got the point. Well, okay, maybe later. And so thank you for your attention.
Well, I have very many. Thanks for the wonderful talk. I was wondering whether, so I was quite intrigued by the smile singing. And so when we smile, we shorten our vocal tracts, so that could be a change in our formant space. So I was wondering whether that would constitute further evidence in favor of a speech-song dissociation.
I don't think so, actually. I think you can measure the same thing when it has been measured in speaking. Not in singing. I think in the first study in singing. Usually you measure, I mean the few studies, there are not that many, measured vocal smiles in speaking. So we didn't know because of singing, because you use the vocal tract differently than when you are speaking. We were doubtful we would find the difference. So that's the reason we recorded a baseline, someone who was forcing, you know, so that we could compare. And actually, we found the same thing in singing.
So if I understand,
Natural singing, I mean.
if I understand correctly, the musics are pretty good at recognizing
They
it.
love it. I mean, what it shows is the enthusiasm of the singers in the booth. That's what it shows. But how will you show that? I mean, you cannot film, obviously. I mean, we could, but we have to ask for permissions. But it's much easier to ask for judgments afterwards. That's all.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Just a quick one. Just linking what you're saying back to about smiling and back to the previous Laura's talk. People who have amusia, I can imagine when they sing, they often don't get pleasure of it because everybody else is making value judgments on them. But when they're singing by themselves, do you think they have as much pleasure from singing, even though they're not singing in tune or the right rhythm and so forth? Do they gain as much pleasure from it as somebody who can sing very well? And actually, I thought Tim Falconer was doing very well. Actually, I couldn't fault him myself. But
it's really there is a huge variability. That's the answer. Some people just don't get any pleasure at all, and of course, those people will not come for an experiment like this one. And most of them are just indifferent. Doesn't make any effect. But they don't know how they would like to be singing because they don't do it. Of course, because when they were young, and that's how they learned, they were tone deaf. It's because the other ones were telling them that they were singing out of tune. Except in that family, I really asked every single one how come they were singing. And because in the family they were singing, they didn't care about who would say what. Yeah. But some, like Tim Falconer, loved it. He took lessons, and we studied him before the vocal lessons and after. No improvement.
Very quick one. I was wondering if you could comment on whether you think there is a link between the special status of singing humans and singing non-human primates. Yeah, so maybe it's not that quick.
No, I can't. I can't answer that question. No idea. I mean, I suppose there are different factors playing a role there. For the moment, I'd like to understand why singing is so. How come we developed such a specialized pathways? Because there must be a pathway, a brain pathway, dedicated to singing compared to instrumental music. That's my first question in humans. Once I have an explanation for that, then I can go and check what we can find in animals, in some animals, not all of them. Mm-hmm.
Hi. Are there differences between vocal melodies that are sung exclusively without lyrics and with lyrics?
There must be.
Yeah. I was wondering when you presented the studies about
no, not in those studies. I mean, if it's vocal, it's a good question, huh? But usually songs are with lyrics, but you don't understand all of them. Huh?
Yeah.
It can be in a different language, but we do respond the same way in general. Okay. We have shown that with infants, for example. I didn't show the slide here, but for example, you can sing a lullaby in Russian to an infant. It will work as well as a lullaby in their own language. So it's really the fact that it is vocal.
Okay,
not instrumental.
The findings that vocal melodies are more remembered, is that with the lyrics or without?
Without.
Okay, thank you.
That's the fun part.
Thank you very much. You opened with a quote from the Natural History of Songs by Mayor's group, and you ended with Patrick Savage's group, focusing more on bonding and the social dimension. Does it mean also that in the debate that we have witnessed over the past few years between those two groups, you're also more in favor of, let's say, the latter group when it comes to explain the origins and the universal in music?
Yes, I would say yes, because that's the only hypothesis that has received empirical support. Maybe the major I'm not denying that it may play a role, but so far, whenever there is a study that is published on this topic, it has to be retracted. So we want to believe it, but we don't have the evidence.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, Isabelle. And the next speaker is Nicholas Conard. He is an archaeologist. He directs the Department of Early Prehistory and Quaternary Ecology at the University of Tübingen, where he also directs the museum where most of these ancient musical instruments are stored. He conducted several digging campaigns mostly in central Germany, and the results of these campaigns is that they discovered that German technology was ahead of everybody else, even 40,000 years ago. Please.
I will not comment on the last remark. Carlo, thank you very much. Katja, thank you very much. Ernesto, thank you very much. Also Isabel and others, thank you all very much, because many of the things you mentioned, I'm in full agreement with and will not have to repeat. I guess what I noticed was, after getting my talk together, I didn't really include any of the things that were actually that interesting. So I thought I would summarize first with what I actually think. Some of these things I think I can prove, but just there's some potential threat that I wouldn't do this if I stuck to my talk. So first of all, I want to talk very briefly about the concept of the Gesamtkunstwerk. That is when you have music, dance, storytelling, art, all these things combined, that I think that existed about 40,000 years ago. I think music, the music 40,000 years ago in the ordination, was in no way inferior to that of Antonio Vivaldi or Jimi Hendrix. I may talk about Jimi Hendrix if there's time in another context, but we'll see if there's time. And I think I can prove that the art from this period was in no way inferior to Michelangelo or Rembrandt. We can debate that, but I think I can prove that. And I think if I can prove that the art is not inferior, why would the music be inferior in any way? And if people 40,000 years ago were as brilliant artists and musicians as today, why wouldn't they be as good singers? It seems pretty clear to me they would be. And it's pretty hard to sing and not dance a little, right? And one thing's for sure, if you're out, hunting reindeer and mammoth and collecting things and out on the Ice Age landscape, you would have a lot of things to talk about. And there would be very little distraction. I think they were also better storytellers than today. And so all of these things go together. And I think I can prove that statement with the art. I think I can make strong arguments for music, and I would extrapolate when it comes to the other points. Another thing is fluidity, right? We tend to have these categories. I'm into taxonomy, but usually from a critical point of view, right? How valuable is it to separate between song and music and storytelling and all of these things? They go together, right? And I don't know if I can give examples. I'm a native Anglophone, so if Chaucer, Wander, Priel with the sure sort of the drop the march at Perse Tode Rote, is that a song or is it a poem or is it a story? Who knows? Or Shakespeare, where the bee sucks, there suck I, in a cowslip spell I lie. All these songs from Shakespeare you can sing or you can say. So the flute, or Homer, right? Homer, everyone says Homer was singing, and it's much easier to sing a long poem than to remember it without a melody, right? So I think all these things go together. Opera was mentioned, right? Opera is also, in many ways, a Gesamtkunstwerk. So I think that's important. I wanted to mention that. And to take an even more polemic point of view, after our talk last night at dinner, I would say they were better at it than we are today, right? Sue was telling me at dinner that in England the quality of singing's declined, right? And for reasons we could discuss. You mentioned some ways it's coming back, but nowadays, if I try to sing in most settings, people say, "What are you doing? Are you saying weird or something wrong with you?" And I think in the past that might not have been so much the case. I think there are taboos against music in some ways today that I'm sure some people in the room would agree with me. There may be reasons to combat that taboo. I think that's pretty much at least most of the things I wanted to say. Oh, and then one other thing. Music, though, not all art is the same. Music is definitely the strongest form of art. And I'll just use that term. You could use other terms as well. But I have given a lot of talks about art, music, all these things. And I can tell you for sure, people get very excited about art, visual art. But I have never given a talk on visual art when I look into the audience and see that everyone is crying. And I have given, I wouldn't say numerous, but talks to hundreds of people about music. And I play music. Unfortunately, I won't have time to play it today, but I would play recordings of these music, and I would look into the audience, and essentially everyone would be weeping because they were so moved. And all of you know I could give you other examples that go in this direction. There's no question music, of all the art forms, is the most powerful, at least from that respect. Okay, now I will get back to my regular talk and get down to sort of the perhaps boring things, but I didn't want to ignore my actual thoughts on these matters. Again, some I can demonstrate, some are claims. Okay, some of the questions I want to look at: monocentric or polycentric patterns of cultural evolution. This is something that people like Francesco and I discussed quite a bit. What allowed modern humans to outcompete Neanderthals and other archaics? What role did the evolution of music play in the success of modern humans? Is it something just one of many things, or was it a game changer? Or just in the mix with the other symbolic innovations or non-symbolic innovations. And what I'll focus on is the record from the Suevian caves and what that tells us about the appearance and evolution of music. Okay, first of all, a lot of people use the data from my excavations to argue against archaics. I think if you listen closely, I will not say a word against archaics, but people somehow think, because I can say a lot about the Upper Paleolithic, that somehow I'm bashing Neanderthals or Homo heidelbergensis. If anything, it's the exact opposite is true. And I know, Francesco, you know that I respect your fight for 30 years to keep Neanderthals and others in the playing field. But in any case, sites like Schöningen, late Homo heidelbergensis, early Neanderthals, we really can show integrated botanical, osseous, lithic technologies, planning depth, in my opinion, communication with displacement, the capability to communicate out the past, the present, and the future, coordinated group activities, all of these things, coordinated group activities, we automatically think of song and things like this, right? That all that is definitely happening in the Middle Pleistocene. I think I can demonstrate that based on archaeological observations. So do not think, when I'm telling you all these great things about the Orgnation, that I am saying anything against archaics. I'm not doing that. Neanderthals, sometimes they buried their dead, and Francesco mentioned this. In fact, there are not very many burials in Africa, right? So one can debate, is this religion? Is it some concept of the afterlife? Some people actually say it's just discarding the mom and dad so they don't smell too bad and keep the hyenas away. I personally think there's more to it than that. I'm not in any way saying Neanderthals are primitive. Of course, thanks to Chris and Giorgio, I don't have to go into all the details about where modern humans come from. There's abundant evidence, and we've heard about this going back a few 100,000 years. Of all of the things we find in Africa, I think the decorated ostrich eggshell fragments are the most impressive, and I don't think there's any question that these are objects that transported information about something. One can debate what the information was, but these are obviously depictions, and we distinguish between abstract depictions and figurative depictions that I'll show. Also, modern humans, I won't go into all of them, many of them have mentioned, sometimes buried their dead, they used pigments, they used shells, shell beads, did a lot of things. But what's interesting is, we've heard in earlier talks that modern humans are spreading into Eurasia, but you can walk from Africa to across Eurasia in a very short period of time if you want. But this takes tens of thousands of years, depending on what data you believe, more than 100,000 years. So there's some barrier that's preventing modern humans from spreading across the globe at an earlier date. And that leads to in Africanist circles, the heretical question, well, why did it take so long? What happened at the time then when modern humans did spread across the globe? Okay, and Chris Stringer helped me out by talking about the 5 hominids. Only 50,000 years ago, we have 5 different hominids. How many do we have today? 1. That is highly unusual in the history of human beings, right? That is something that needs explanation, not that we have a diversity of hominids. Okay, well, that gets us to Europe, where I'll just fast forward to Bachukiro, pretty good evidence for modern humans, somewhere in the neighborhood of 43,000 years ago. So modern humans have made it into extreme Southeast Europe. There are all sorts of claims I won't get into unless they come up in the discussion, but certainly by this time modern humans are in Europe, and this gets us a little closer to where we're going to, in the Swabian caves. When do we see clear evidence for music? Why flutes, and in what context are flutes found? We've heard, thank you, Francesco, Divya Bhave. I should never talk so openly, but I find it alarming. You go into the National Museum of Slovenia, and it's right in the front when you get there. And I haven't checked in recent years, but when you would Google the country of Slovenia, this used to be the first thing that came up, and I'm in full agreement with you, Francesco. It's not an artifact at all. But be that as it may, apologies to all Slovenians. It's clear that it's a natural artifact. Would I be happy if Neanderthals had musical instruments? I'd be delighted, especially if they came from my digs, but based on what we know, they don't. We haven't found them. That doesn't mean they didn't have music. Okay, Francesco talked about the flutes from Isteritz. There are quite a few publications on this. These data were collected over 100 years ago, or the discoveries were made. Francesco, here, one from his publication, showing what these look like. So it's not surprising that there is music in the Paleolithic, right? Why wouldn't there be? And we've known that for over 100 years. The question is how do we get better, high quality, contextualized information on this? These tend to be a bit younger, mostly from the Gravettian Magdalenian, and as you can imagine from an excavation over 100 years ago, the quality of the contextual information is not outstanding. But that you found them at all, Francesco, amazing, right? That they're there is incredible. Okay, and that brings us now to what I'll mostly be talking about, the sites in southwestern Germany that have been, well, the first excavations in Central Europe were in the Ach and Lona valleys, and that's what I'll be talking about. And it happens to also be that if you're coming up the Danube, this is where the Danube starts. Insiders will know Donau-Eschingen is in the state of Baden-Württemberg, not so far from these sites, the source of the Danube. And the key sites come from 2 valleys, the Lona Valley and the Ach Valley. I could talk about more sites, but I will only talk about the sites in the order in which flutes were discovered. Geisenklöstle, Vogelherd, and Hohlefels. These are also sites that have produced figurative art and a whole range of other things. So we can ask ourselves, is it chance that early figurative art appears in the archaeological record at the same time as unambiguous evidence for music? I would say it's probably not chance. I'm kind of a archaeological junkie. I do a lot of field work. The first year I went to Tübingen, I wasn't digging these sites, but the last 28 years we have, 30 seasons in the Ach Valley, 27 years just continuously at Hohlefels, Vogelherd, 10 years. These are, major projects. You don't go out and find flutes. It takes some effort, it takes a commitment, it takes a team, it takes good funding, it takes a lot of things. It's not chance. Okay, and these are things, this is, as Francesco knows, when the Africanists, I work a lot in Africa. As you know, I work a lot in the Near East. But this is where people get really angry, right? That everyone would be so happy if modern humans arise and just everything comes from the modern humans. Unfortunately, in Africa, a long time ago, it doesn't really seem to work that way. And these are at least 3 categories of symbolic artifacts that appear quite a bit later, right? Ornaments with a 3-dimensional form. This is a good word, German, Formgebung, that we produce the arbitrary form, the humans, rather than taking a natural object and putting a hole in it. Figurative art, that's pretty clear. Oh, excuse me, I'm doing it wrong here. Come on. Figurative art, that means it's not cross-hatching, it's something you can see. A child can see a horse or a mammoth from Vogelherd, a small child, and say, oh, that's an elephant, that's a horse, that's whatever it is. That's figurative art. Why it's being depicted, that one can debate, but that a mammoth is clear. Mythical imagery, let's just say, I'll give you a couple examples of things that don't exist in the real world, but exist in the world of thoughts and ideas and beliefs. The best examples of these are the lion men from 3 sites. And then last, and I don't have to say in this group, not least important, because often people don't care about art. They think somehow that the art is more important than the music. This is unusual for me that I would talk about this in an audience where everyone knows the music is just as important. Okay, so the 3 sites, Geisenklöstle, about an hour away from Tübingen, in the Ach Valley, a tributary of the Danube. And I'll go through this pretty closely. This is super interesting. I personally am extremely sympathetic toward the idea that as modern humans were expanding into the range of archaics, that there was something like a cultural and demographic arms race that triggered a lot of innovations. That's what I still think that, but at our sites, that is not the case. At our sites, the population density of Neanderthals is somewhere near 0 at essentially all of them, and then the Aurignacian, the first Upper Paleolithic group, comes, and that's where we find the material. So at least in my area, there is no direct interaction between archaic Neanderthals and early moderns. Very important point. We know, however, and we've heard today, that sometimes there was, and we don't know if there was love, but at least there was certainly sex at points. There was, so that reminds me of another statement about emotion. When I was thinking about what kind of things make us happy and pleasure. So I can't remember which speaker was talking about that, but super important. And good food. Claudio Tunis was talking about good wine. I don't know if music, good sex. What would be the best kind of pleasure you could have? I don't know, but we can think about that. But pleasure would also lead to positive selection for something, I would think, and probably social benefits. We can consider that. The age of these sites, these are dates from the Oxford lab, the Aurignacian beginning somewhere in the neighborhood of 42,000, 43,000 years ago. And what's interesting, dates from the exact same lab, using the exact same methods, puts these dates a little bit earlier than some of the other famous sites lacking these kinds of artifacts that interestingly are called the Proto-Aurignacian, even though they're actually typically younger than the Swabian sites. Just food for thought. Okay. We've got some figurative artwork from Geisenklöstle. I don't want to go into the details there. And this was the first flute discovered. And this is a very bad picture of Susanne Münzel from 1975. She was a student then, and she was digging at Geisenklöstle with Hahn. And she was the one who later was analyzing the faunal remains and noticed that 27 fragments of a swan radius could be fit together to produce this. And that was published in 1995, the same year I arrived in Tübingen, and that has triggered what a few years ago I would probably call a cottage industry, and now I would say it's a multinational corporation about the study of ancient music and playing ancient music. I used to know all the people who would play these instruments. The other day I was looking to think about what I would say today. There are so many people who make and play these instruments. I probably only know a small fraction, but I wanted at least talk a little bit about how this stuff got geared up a bit. But Susanna's very important for this because it's always in archaeology, the hardest thing is finding the first one, right? Once you know what you're looking for, then things get, I wouldn't say easy, but easier. And then people started making them, really, And we can also talk. Whose talk was that about the craft, the handwerk, how you use your hands, the tactility? Whose talk was that? It was definitely this morning somebody talking about the iPhones and hand axes in your hand. There's also the tactile side of this that we can talk about if anyone's interested. Making these things is super interesting, and it creates a connection. And so Friedrich Seeberger would make all the kinds of reproductions of every possible one, learn how to play them. And I would say that he was the first one who one could debate. Anna can discuss whether, put it this way, he was the first person I knew who could play these flutes and blow me away. This is where I would play the song that would make all of you cry. He had a recording around the turn of the millennium, and the songs are beautiful. And it's really with a completely authentic flute. And, well, we're not going to go there for time constraints, but we're going to hear Anna shortly playing flutes like this. But really beautiful music. He has a CD. You can get that if you want. Then, at the same time, Susanne Münzel also found fragments of a second flute. And so what, you said I thought we had 22, but 24 flutes at Istritz. Well, so we didn't just have one. You never just have one, right? You don't have one lion man, you have 3 lion men. You don't have one flute. And what this means, in case I forget to say it later, flutes are normal. Music is normal. And if you had flutes, you almost certainly had other kinds of music that we can talk about too. But the best evidence we have is from the flutes. I do not get surprised very easily in archaeology. But when this came up, this really surprised me. Because we noticed that flutes were also made of mammoth ivory. Making a flute out of a bird bone, you can do in an hour if you know what you're doing. To make it out of solid mammoth ivory takes days, right? And mammoth ivory, as you know, has a spiral form. And to make one, you have to rough out the form. You have to split it on the dentin cementum border. You have to hollow it out. You have to put the holes in, and you have to glue it back together. It really is a very complicated matter for a whole range of reasons. And super interesting. So when this first came up, I was really shocked that anyone would even think of making flutes out of mammoth ivory. And in fact, there's no real advantage to mammoth ivory, or very few advantages. When you play them, they work after about half an hour. You need to put them down and let them dry out. The only real advantage I can think of, other than perhaps something to do with the status of the material, is that you can make the size you want. Otherwise, with a vulture, a goose, a swan, you have to take the size that the bird gives you. That's about the only advantage, but it is much, much more work. And just because this will play a role later, there are 4 features that are important. First, the seam down the middle on the cementum dentine border, right? They're always broken in the middle. Another thing is you'll see all these tiny little notches, super important, going right across the seam. We can discuss why one might want that. Just like with the bird bone holes, the finger holes are always sort of beveled. They're never drilled straight through, which is an important feature. And every other form of ivory artifact is convex. Only the flutes are hollowed out. This all plays a role for identifying the fragments, keeping in mind this was found in 31 pieces that Maria Molina was able to fit together. This is like the largest jigsaw puzzle in the world, trying to get these things to come together. Okay, we will continue. And I will not play this song either. Okay, so this is where they fall stratigraphically. What's interesting is it's a little hard to see flute. This is flute 1, the more complete swan bone flute. The other one is about here. It's unfortunately, you can't see it very well on this. It's green, at least on the screen. And then the red are some refits and the fragments of the ivory flute. What's interesting, and this is something I never really highlighted before, and I'm actually kind of hesitant to say, it's stratigraphically older than the 2 bone flutes. And I'll say this later. If anything, it seems like the music, I would not bet on it, but if you asked is that what is the stronger evidence for music preceding figurative art or figurative art preceding music? The better evidence, as we will see, is that music precedes the figurative art. We can discuss that. Okay, I'll go through this quickly. We could get bogged down in details, but there are really tens of thousands of artifacts from these layers. These are the three flutes where they fit stratigraphically. This is the upper ordination layer, somewhere in the neighborhood of 38,000 years, maybe not more than 40, not less than 37,000 years. And so more or less in the mix. Maybe not on the hot spots of, let's say, bone working or flint knapping, but the point is we can look where the finds fit in connection with all the other classes of finds. Same thing here with refits. They're not really in the mix. These are finished artifacts that broke and were thrown away. Just a little bit of background information. We could look at how their location compares to stone knapping. Not surprisingly, perhaps, they're not right where people were knapping flint so much. But still, they're in this context where there are fires, there's all sorts of other things going on, garbage from meals, many, many other things. Also, you could ask, well, where do they fall in connection with artworks? Well, again, I'm hesitant to say this because I think, especially in this room, people might believe this, that they tend to be a little stratigraphically lower than the artworks. Food for thought. Here, the so-called, the Tyranthrope, a musk ox, a mammoth, a bear, and the three flutes, and then where they would be on a stratigraphic projection. Okay, the Vogelert, the next site. And so it's always like this, right? You have something, say, okay. I remember being a student and thinking, well, okay, well, when I was a student, people talked about these sites as if they were somehow absolutely remarkable. In the late 90s, came to the conclusion there is nothing remarkable about this at all. If you're in southwestern Germany and you have good preservation and you work carefully on the excavations, you will find music and art any place you have good layers. It's true, we only have a small sample size of sites dug with modern techniques, but every time we find these things. So music is normal. Art is normal. Music was part of the lives of these people. That I would view as proven. Okay, that was Gustav Rieck. A very important site is Vogelherd, dug by Rieck in 1931. This is Rieck. The ordination layers are units 4 and 5. You can see the techniques of excavation, a lot of picking, a lot of shoveling. Interestingly, they did find quite a few figurines, and starting in 2005, I re-excavated the back dirt. This is a team. This went on for about 10 years. It was a extreme job. So far, 10 years of excavation, we've excavated essentially everything, and they're close to 35,000 now bags, typically with 16 liters of sediment. It's gigantic. This is, because obviously in back dirt you go a lot faster, but it was still a huge job and took 10 times longer than Rieck took to dig the whole site originally, which is, and the digging is the easy part. Every step along the way is more time consuming than the digging, right? You have sort of industrial water screening. And even though we're careful, and I might be able to claim the best at the world in this, we still either miss pieces or they're fragments that are so small we can't identify them when sorting. The water screening is a huge job. The sorting is a horrible job. It never ends. And you can imagine if you're brain dead sorting these bags, you're not going to find anything. It's really a very, very demanding job. And the sorting is probably the worst. And if you don't have good sorters, and sometimes it takes a full day to sort one bag. So that could be 35,000 work days to get the stuff. So it's not as if these things just turn up. And the flute fragments you do not find typically when you're excavating. I'll give you one exception though. Okay, so just for example, the dates are changing because this isn't completely up to date. But let's say, well over 200,000 lithic artifacts, 80 some tons of material. That is after it's washed that has to be sorted. And there's well over 500 personal ornaments now, 64 definite artwork fragments, 107 probable ones, 12 definite flute frags, 12, I would say, probable, split bass bone points, everything, just lots and lots of stuff from the ordination. Okay, and you can have refits from the body from Reek's excavation, the head from my excavation. Or here another example, the lion, we've seen in other contexts, refits between the back dirt and the original one. I'm just going to go through this quickly, and all sorts of things come up. Fish, and this is called the hedgehog, but we actually debate what it is, whether it's a hare or something. It's not a hedgehog. Hedgehogs were not living there at the time. Lions, sometimes you're lucky. This was pretty good. I will skip through all the anecdotes, but over a beer or a glass of wine or coffee, I will happily tell you funny stories about almost all of these finds. But this is what it looks like when you find. This is the only artifact like this that's complete. A mammoth. When you clean it up, it looks like this. And when I talk about Michelangelo, this is kind of what I mean. And if you know the paintings from Chauvet, you might be able to appreciate the remarks about Rembrandt, right? There's no difference between these people's artistic skills and our own. Okay, I think music. So this was cool. So this was a very important find. It's about 1 centimeter long. And it has every one of the 4 features you need to be 100% sure that it's an ivory flute. It's convex on the outside, concave on the inside. You can see the scrape marks along the inside. This edge is perfectly straight, the dentium cementum border. It has the notches right on the seam, exactly like the Geisenkloster one, and the beveled finger hole. It is definitely 100% sure a flute fragment. And so that was like, oh, so there are ivory flutes at Geisenkloster too. Finding anything this old is hard. And if you find ivory flutes at 2 sites, you know there were ivory flutes. And same for the bone flutes. Here are 3 fragments of a swan bone, including a finger hole, that is more or less a duplicate of Geisenkloster flute 1. So we know they're bone flutes and ivory flutes at Vogelherd. And that's about the time when I thought, okay, I have to go quickly. That this stuff is normal. Music is normal at this time. I'm going to accelerate. Here, their distribution. Here's another. This. If you find one like this, you're a very happy camper. This is about as good as they get with 2 finger holes. I have to go quickly. Some other fragments, I will talk about these maybe in the discussion if there's interest, but let's just say there are a lot of different kinds of musical instruments. Anna can elaborate on how you can play these. I would say 12 we're sure about, and 12 that are possible fragments. The distribution scattered across the site. Again, this is in a back dirt, so the context isn't as good as at the other sites for obvious reasons. And that brings us to Hohlefels, where we just finished the 28th season in a row. Here, the red is the blue is the Middle Paleolithic, red is the Ordination, the green Gravettian, yellow Magdalenian. I have to be very quick. Do not be deceived by the fact that I'm talking about art and music. There are a million other innovations in lithic technology, organic technology, rope making tools, split base bone points, all kinds of technology that didn't exist earlier. The difference is clear. Okay, ornaments. Francesco, I will only say that in your brilliant study from 2006, that you and Marianne van Haren viewed these as the basal group of ornaments in the ordination, and hence the basal language group of the ordination, if you follow this line of argument. And keep in mind, this was at a time when the size of the collection that they were both studying was only 10% of what we have today, actually less than 10%. So if you do this today, which Marianne is doing, it will be an even stronger signal because we have much, much more now than we did then. Well, you start finding figurines, birds, a third lion man, finding, that's pretty, that I could elaborate on. I will not, out of time constraints. And this person, a student from the University of Zurich, Alexia, right here found a female figurine put back together. Interesting for a whole range of reasons. Typically, female figurines come much, much later. The oldest depiction we know of a human. We can discuss the age of the Sulawesi and Borneo depictions if there's time. And these artworks and the musical instruments are just there with all the garbage of the day. Chipstone, bone, ivory, worked bone, charcoal, burnt bones, and all sorts of other things. It's just there with everything else. And then while we were looking for the left shoulder of the female figurine, this came up. Well, a bunch of vulture bones. The biggest one is this one. And when you put it together, it looks like this. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 finger holes, this end, maybe a mouth end, maybe not. The problem with Anna is she can play everything. When I give her a thing, I said, can you play this? And she said, yeah, but I can play anything. She says she can play a noodle. So that sort of gets, and she's not kidding. There's a lot of these different objects, and this is definitely a flute. Some are, one can debate. There are also lots of little markings on these, not the same as what Francesco was saying, but similar. I'm going quickly. And what do you find at Hohlefels? You also find ivory flute fragments, right? You find these at all the sites, bone and ivory flutes, different kinds of bone flutes, different kinds of ivory flutes. So we are getting close to a symphony orchestra. Lots of people can play these things. Also at Hohlefels, the flutes are at the base of the sequence. And there are all these people who can play beautiful music on the flutes. I'm going to go through this quickly. Francis just finished a PhD on the flutes, doing all sorts of technical studies. And Anna Friederike will show you how to play these flutes in a second. And I believe there were Gesamtkunstwerke in the caves. And conclusions, and then I will stop. Modern humans arrived along the Danube, expanded their diet breadth, developed new technologies, populations increased. New forms of communication became necessary to maintain social and economic relations. Music and figurative art appear at this time. Swabian caves provide an exceptional record of this process. Innovations occurred quickly. If you wanted to put them in order, music might have been a little bit earlier. I'm a little hesitant to say that, but if I had to say, I would say that. Music was part of a group of symbolic behaviors that appeared together in the early Upper Paleolithic, and music was part of daily life, played in a range of contexts. Art, music, religion became universal human phenomena as modern humans spread across the planet, likely with a polycentric pattern of innovation. Things like this are happening almost certainly in multiple places. Swabian caves offer an excellent preservation and great acoustics, we may talk about. And Swabian flutes take us into the soundscape of the organization 40,000 years ago, which we'll get to look at. Excavation crews, without them, nothing happens. Many colleagues, and the work funded by these people. If you want to see the finds, go to these museums. Thank you. I apologize if I used too much time. Am I over time?
Fantastically perfect. Questions? Ernesto.
Beautiful talk, Richard. You say you wanted to document something. Let us try to document a few things. This is 42,000 years ago. Okay, fine. There was a population made of Neanderthals and of sapiens. And there have been...
In the general area, yes. In our specific region, it seems like the Neanderthal populations are very, very low when modern humans arise.
Right.
But in general, yes.
Yes, and they've been the cohabitation of 5,000 to 10,000 years already. Now, I do not know, you very carefully you avoided mentioning Neanderthals or sapiens in terms of the authors of the flutes.
Oh.
Good.
Modern humans.
Okay, fine.
Well,
Sure. What is the evidence that the flutes were actually made by the sapiens and not by the Neanderthals?
It's because we have no examples of, it's true, it's very common to have archaeological sites with no human remains. That's fairly typical. But we never have Neanderthal bones with organization sites. And we frequently have Neanderthals with all sorts of Middle Paleolithic Mousterian sites. So if I am highly open to the topic of Neanderthals having musical instruments, but there's in our area no evidence for it. I don't know myself. I don't know anyone who has arguments for Neanderthals making the ordination. If anyone would, it would be Francesco, probably.
No, I understand.
And he won't either.
I understand, but you said that you don't know of anybody else who would say that. But you said that you wanted to document, possibly in a conclusive way, who did what. And personally, being only a biochemist, not an archaeologist, who reads everything who can read, possibly try to understand, my idea is that actually there is no conclusive evidence for any one of the two populations being the authors. But I want to be even more provocative, as a matter of fact, if you permit me. What is the evidence that 40,000 years ago, the sapiens could talk? Everybody agrees that the Neanderthals could not talk. What is the evidence that sapiens could talk 40,000 years ago?
Yeah. It all depends on what your line for proof is. My line for proof would be if you can demonstrate a whole range of curation, demonstrate that people were planning their activities well before executing them, a whole range of, in my mind, proof of communication forms. And again, I'm saying most of these things are demonstrated at Schöningen at a much earlier date, if you recall, right? I see no way you could produce the archaeological record of Schöningen 300,000 years ago without fairly good ways of communicating about the present, the past, and the future, and a good planning depth.
So what you're saying, a lot of indications make a proof.
Proof, proof, it depends on your standards of proof. If you want a recording, I cannot offer that. If you want sort of a argument based on observations that is maybe not proof, but highly, highly plausible, I can offer that.
Okay, highly possible, I would agree with, but conclusive proof in the way a scientist would do it is probably not there.
Let's just say it's the best evidence in the world.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. Again, I mean, how come that in the whole Germany you found only that particular place around Stuttgart, if I understood correctly, which has so much figurative art and musical art?
Well, let's start with the preservation.
And how come that in the whole Europe you find only two niches? One in Istoritz and one?
Also a couple others. But yeah, well, first of all, you have to do the work. First, you need the preservation. And if you have the preservation, you have to do the work. And there are a few places that meet those two requirements. And even if you have an excavation, you need to have skilled people and a lot of time to find them. Or you need to be lucky. Okay.
Are other questions? Just one quick one.
Are all the whole the flute holes in these record correctly tuned in construction?
Anna Friederike will comment on that in a more competent way than I can, but what I will say is you can play any song you know on these flutes.
Okay, enough. I think the next speaker is Stephen Mythen from the University of Reading in the UK. He has explored for a long time the possible shared history of the evolution of language and music. He has written many books. What brought him here and so gave us the opportunity to invite him is a 20-year-old book with the catchy title, The Singing Neanderthals. But he has a forthcoming book of which I hope there will be some anticipation now. Okay, please.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, after that fabulous talk about these remarkable excavations and finds by Nick, I'm returning to some big themes about the evolution of language. And as the last of the speakers, I think I do have an opportunity to draw some of the themes together that we've heard. And just as a warning, after about 10 or 15 minutes, I have no proof for what I'm going to be saying. I have a lot of personal belief, and it'll gradually get more speculative as we go further back in time. So, yeah, the co-evolution of music and language. We've heard about language in various talks, and I'm going to draw them more explicitly together. Let's just start by noting that music and language, they're two systems of communication that we use in the modern day. They're both constantly changing. They're still evolving through time, through both biological and cultural evolution. They're continually influencing each other. And my own view is we can't really understand one without the other, not just their origins, but their nature today. And that takes us to the idea that they have a shared evolutionary history. Well, that is not a new idea. Back in the 18th century, Jean-Jacques Rousseau was probably not the first, but at least he was writing about a co-evolution of music and language. And Darwin picked that up in his Descent of Man and Selection in relation to sex in his 1871 book. Jump forward many, many, many years, and I made a contribution in 2007, I think, 2005 maybe, where I tried to bring some archaeological evidence to bear on that notion, as long as other types of evidence from other disciplines in the book are referred to as the singing Neanderthals. And then jump forward another 15 or 20 years or so, and I've sought to further develop this idea, primarily by bringing lots of the new research that's happened in the last 2 decades, but focused on the evolution of language. And today I'm going to apply ideas coming out of that to music. Now, first we must note that there are really profound similarities between music and language. They are both combinatorial systems with hierarchical structures. So in language, we start with phonemes, we combine them to make syllables, we combine syllables to make words, and we combine words to make utterances. And of course, when you go from the threshold through syllables to words, then we also cross a threshold of meaning, because words relate to concepts, and utterances also have meaning. And with music, we have tones, or maybe called notes, which are combined to make phrases and chords, which then we further combine to make compositions. And here we don't have any transition into a level of meaning in terms of a shared semantic meaning by a particular community. And music and language are very similar because they can both be realized in a wide variety of modes. We can use the voice by talking or by singing melodies. We can use our hands and the whole body, even formally as in sign language or more, or by using gesture. We can use instruments, keyboards. We can use a keyboard to write on a computer. We can use a keyboard on a piano. We have codes for writing language down, writing music down. We can think, we can imagine about music in our brains or our minds. We can imagine words as well. And these days, we can artificially create language and music using synthesizers and increasingly various types of AI. And moreover, language and music are used for similar purposes. For pleasure, for entertainment and education. We go to plays, we listen to talks, we go to concerts and recitals. We can express motion and induce motions in others by both language and music. And when I'm saying language here, I mean the specific words we use, not the way we express them. So I can use some very rude and offensive words and speak them in this very same way as I use some very kind and sympathetic words, and they'll change the emotion you feel towards me. And we can use both for social bonding. We can sit down and chat with somebody, share our life stories, our likes and our dislikes, and gradually over time build up social bonds with them. Or we can make music together, and that's probably a quicker way to build a closer social bond, but both of them are quite able. And they have shared qualities, of course. We talk about the musicality of language, prosody, the way we use loudness, pitch, rhythm, pauses, and so forth, which can either nuance or entirely change the meaning of an utterance. And equally, and different languages have different rhythmic structures. And that's the first aspect of language that babies, indeed fetuses, acquire about their language. And we can also talk about the language of music. I think it's most evident in something like a chamber quartet, where one instrument or one player seems to ask a question and another seems to answer it. So we have a conversation between musical phrases. And moreover, music and language can be combined with such ease, and we tend to do that greatly. In song, I don't mean song as in melodies, I mean songs with words, whether you're talking about nursery rhymes or operatic arias. And of course, Motherese is the perfect blend of language and music, where we rather have a heightened prosody. So it's not really clear whether you're singing or talking, much as Nick was talking about in many ways. We also use language, of course, to teach, to talk about, devise, and interpret music. And I think we need language for transmitting the knowledge about making complex musical instruments. I'm not quite clear where the threshold between simple and complex lies. And indeed, for many aspects of music, I'd question whether it's possible at all to have it without language. And of course, music and language are both very widely distributed in the brain, partly because they recruit so many other functions like memory and emotion, attention, and so forth. I like this diagram that describes how music is everywhere, and we know that language might not be everywhere, but with the current network models that we have, is clearly highly pervasive, and there's a constant flow of new publications getting to this ever further detail. Now, there's also quite profound differences between music and language, which are just as important. And the key one, of course, is that linguistic utterances rely on shared meanings. Musical phrases do not. So if you take the text there on your left of the screen, I'm not sure if anybody knows what that means. Unless you're a Vietnamese speaker and reader, you don't know what that means. That bit of language is of no use to you. But if you were to go and listen to some Vietnamese music, never having heard it before, you'd rapidly engage with it. It would be a rewarding experience. And I think some could probably rapidly join in with it, if you have some musical skill, in a way that you would not be able to rapidly join in with a Vietnamese language. One might argue that language avoids ambiguity. Music thrives on ambiguity because we can all put our own meanings onto it, and that's one of its virtues. I think because of this, language does have a greater propensity to create social division between those who speak different languages and dialects. So last night at dinner, I think I was the only one surrounded by who didn't speak Italian. They weren't creating division, but I felt divided, inevitably. And between those who use specialist words and others who do not know their meanings. There may have been some feeling of that here today when people are using words like the Proto-Aurignacian. Obvious to me, but maybe not to some people in the room. Music has a much greater propensity to create social bonds, as we've heard. And it's been shown that the repetition, the harmonization of rhythms and pitches within music leads to synchronous brain activity across individuals. Creates that neuroresonance, feelings of reward and sociality. And that's been demonstrated. There's plenty of empirical evidence to demonstrate that, as we indeed accumulated in our recent paper on music as an evolved system. Language is great at transmitting information and asking questions, answering them. Music is not. So if I asked Katya, what are we having for dinner tonight? And she just sang me a melody in reply, what on earth would that mean? I would not know. Okay? So there's a profound difference. Transmitting information, telling stories. Language is fantastic. Music, not so good, if you want to ensure you've got the right information and the same story. And of course, music has a degree of developmental priority over language. So babies, very young age, respond to musicality. They respond to rhythm and pitch prior to responding to language. And then that musicality plays a key role in acquiring language. Now, what do these similarities and these differences tell us about how language and music evolved? And now, when I'm using the word evolved here, I'm referring to both biological and cultural evolution. I think these have always been blended together. It's not the case that there's a biological evolution of a music capacity and then cultural evolution takes over. They are always working in tandem and very, very closely related. Now, before we move on, I want to make an important distinction that hasn't been made, surprisingly, it hasn't been made in this conference here, between musicality and music. Now, some of you might think this is an artificial distinction, but I think it's hugely important. So by musicality, I mean an intuitive sensitivity to pitch and rhythm, that automatic entrainment that even the youngest of children have to rhythm. This man dancing there, that's sort of rather the way I dance, these ghastly dad dancing things, because there's something going on there, but there's not much going on. Now, music, however, I think of as a cultural construct, one that embeds musicality into a socially defined framework of rules and traditions, often associated with complex instruments, performance spaces, expert performers, relies on verbal instruction and linguistic interpretation of musical experiences. I think in Francesco's 9 stages earlier, this would be about perhaps 5 or 6, somewhere like that. But I think from what Nick was saying, this is where music is embedded into storytelling, language, and that whole, what we call the arts of the humanities. So that's a very important distinction. I also want to make another distinction, because of what I'll say later, about some aspects of language. Not between grammar and words, but within different types of words. This will play a role in my next 10 minutes or so. Words in languages, we tend to put them into 2 categories. Lexical words that have meanings. These are our nouns, verbiage, and adjectives. Grammatical words are empty words. These are the small words that join lexical words together. Prepositions and conjunctions, the ofs, ands, its, buts, and so forth. Now, lexical words can in turn be separated into arbitrary words and iconic words. Now, it's been conventional in linguistics or understanding language that arbitrary words are the most important. These are words that don't have any natural association with their meaning. The word dog doesn't sound, look, have any association with dog. It's just a purely arbitrary word. Iconic words are different. Iconic words that have some direct association with their reference. And the most obvious are onomatopoeias, quack. We use it for sound of a duck because it sounds like the sound of a duck. Now, I'm going to get back to iconic words later because I think iconic words hold the key to not only the evolution of language, but also music, as I'll come back to. Right, let's get to evolution. Now, on looking at the left there, we have a simplified human phylogeny going back at the base between 6 and 8 million years ago, the common ancestor to humans and chimpanzees, which we normally take as a good starting point. And at the very top, we have Homo sapiens, the only extant hominin, member of our genus. And you can see Neanderthals next to them, who we've heard a lot about today. But further down, going back to after 2 million years ago, we have Homo erectus there. And then earlier than that, Homo habilis and the Australopithecines. And I think these all play a really key role in the evolution of musicality and language. Now, on the right of your screen, you've got some various different models for how music and language might be associated in evolution. So on the right-hand side, we have a bifurcation model. So we might have a long period, or a short period, where there's a single type of communication system that then bifurcates into what we now call music, and we now call language as different types of communication system, recognizing that they still interact. Or we might have language and music evolving in parallel from early times, but of course with some interaction between them because they learn from each other. Or we might have the orange there, music or musicality, as the principal evolutionary driver. And somehow language is a little late offshoot off from that. Maybe just associated with modern humans. Or it might be the other way around. Maybe language is the constant driver, and music is a little offshoot of that, as Steven Pinker once suggested when he described music as just the cheesecake of human experience. Okay, so we've got a variety of different evolutionary models. But what, however, was the starting point? How did it all begin? Now, of course, we don't know, because we don't even have the fossils of our last common ancestor. We certainly don't have the vocalizations of them. But it's common practice to assume that these were similar to those of chimpanzees today, because chimpanzees have a similar brain size to those of common ancestor, or at least more similar than us, and they live, as far as we understand, in a similar type of environment, have remained in that type of environment. So although there would have been evolution chimpanzees, we think that there is, they can use as a model for common ancestor. Let's just listen to a little bit of chimpanzee talk. I think we'll hear a bit of human talk first. Yes, pantoots. Okay, I think we'll hear Jane Goodall first. Is this working? Now this is Jane Goodall imitating just so that we can do it, okay. All right. Now, here we go. This is a particular type of chimpanzee called a pantoot, one of the more complex. Now, can I go back? How do I go back? Do I go back like that? Yes. Now, I don't want that to start again. Okay, I'll go forward. Okay, now those sorts of chimpanzee calls, okay, they're described with various vague terms like barks and grunts and whoos and coos and pants and so forth. And as far as you understand, they don't have meaning in themselves, but the whole call has some sort of holistic meaning. Although they're not words and utterances, an amazing amount of research over the last decade has shown that these chimpanzee calls have both word-like qualities. I'm not saying the words have word-like qualities, because there's a high degree of intention, flexibility, and learning in them that had been previously anticipated. And they also have music-like qualities. As we heard, they've got variations in pitch. They've got a degree of rhythm, degree of tempo. So we can use chimpanzees like holistic vocalizations as the root, the source for language and music today. And then we have to ask, how did that single type of vocal communication, not only vocal, gesture as well, you saw those chimpanzees are using the whole body. It's not just a vocalization, it's a whole body experience. How did they evolve into language today? Well, we've been hearing today about our evidence base. Now, I'm sorry, my blue arrows don't show up very well there, but not to worry. Key developments. The evolution of full bipedalism soon after 2 million years ago. We know that by at least 400,000 years ago, we got a fully modern-like vocal tract and auditory pathway. Not identical to ours today, but of providing the same capabilities for Homo heidelbergensis and then for any descendant species. We know that by 200,000 years ago, maybe 300,000 years ago, we've got the modern brain volume there, shared by Neanderthals and modern humans. And as we heard earlier today, we know that within Homo sapiens alone, within Africa, after around 300,000 years ago, we have the evolution of the more globular-shaped brain. Now, that's the key anatomical evidence. And then we've got this fabulous architectural evidence. Not only the beautiful figurative art, musical instruments that Nick was talking about, and then also the body decoration, the engravings, the personal ornaments that the Neanderthals and Homo sapiens were using that Francesco talked about, but also the earlier stone tools, which have got to be critical in some way of understanding the evolution of music and language. And then on top of this evidence base that we've been trying to come to terms with for the last decade is, of course, the remarkable evidence coming from ancient DNA, ancient and modern DNA, genomic studies, that is providing a huge new evidence base that we've got to somehow integrate with these other materials. So let me now, this is where we're definitely standing away from proof now, my own scenarios, and I'm now getting into the area of speculation. In my 2007 book, The Singing Neanderthals, I've very much supported the bifurcation model, where we move from holistic vocalizations to language and music via two steps. Two steps. The first one is the emergence of musicality. And then the second, the bifurcation between tone-based, i.e. music, and word-based, i.e. language, communication. So two clear evolutionary steps. And I think in that book I got the first one right and the second one wrong, which I'm correcting now in my new book. Okay. So let's look at that first step, the emergence of musicality. What I argued there, and I think it's been supported by what people have spoken here, is that this is relatively early in human evolution, and it was, if you like, an emergence quality arising from the selective pressures that the earliest Australopithecines and early Homo experienced in the African woodland and then the African savanna environments between 6 and 2 million years ago. Now, our Australopithecine ancestors moved out onto the savannas as after 4 million years ago, the climate was becoming much more arid and open. And there they found strong selective pressures to live in larger group sizes for defense from predators, for group cooperation. That needed more social interaction, more social communication, and a changing diet as well, as they moved towards more meat eating. Now, those selective pressures led to eventually bipedalism, walking on two legs, to smaller dentition, much smaller teeth because we were eating less rough foods, a much larger brain, control of breathing and tool use. And what I'd argue is that they turn the body into a musical instrument. So those flutes from Hollefeld, they're not the first musical instruments. We're walking around in the first musical instruments. It's a human body. And these evolution developments, not for music, not for language, provided, however, the capability to use the body as a musical instrument. The ability to intentionally make, structure, and synchronize a wide range of vocal sounds and body movements with variation in pitch and rhythm. They then provided musicality which had adaptive value for social bonding and emotional expression. So there's the first musical instruments. And in my Singing Neanderthals, I described that communication system as being holistic because it combined body movement and sound. Multimodal. Mimetic. Plenty of mime going on for putting information content in. And musical, using variations in pitch and rhythm. Now, importantly, this was used for both transferring information, as language does today, for social bonding, as both language and music do, but also for emotional expression and inducing emotion in others, which is many would argue is a prime role of music. So it's performing both of those. And here I've very much departed from the pathway of proof. But anyway, this would be my argument here. So if that is a type of communication system that our early human ancestors used before music and language, the big question is when and why did this bifurcation occur that separates this hum communication system into language and music? And I think this takes us back to words. And it's for this we needed to spend more time looking at the evolution of language. You can see here that I'm suggesting that this bifurcation occurred around 1.6 million years ago with Homo erectus, with the appearance of iconic words. Now, remember I mentioned those earlier. Iconic words. This is the scenario that's fully described in my forthcoming book. So remind us, let's think what iconic words are. Now, in fact, iconic words was the first theory for the evolution of language. Because in Plato's Cratylus Dialogues, written in the 5th century BC, this exactly is what Socrates was describing as the first words. Iconic words are those which capture the sense impression of the referent. And they were particularly explored in Wolfgang Kohler's experiments in 1929 when he took those two shapes, a spiky shape and a bubbly shape, and he gave them to loads of people. He said, which one of these do you think is called Takita? And which one do you think is called Maluma? Well, 90% of people said that spiky one is called Takita. And that experiment has been repeated over and over again with basically the same results. Whatever language you speak, whatever age you are, unless you're below 10 weeks or something like that. So anyway, some young age, okay. And iconic words pervade language today. Small things often have small words, bi or ape. Big things often have very big words. Hippopotamus, I'm not sure how that's pronounced in Italian, but anyway. Ippopotamo. Okay, and they use big, large back vowels, O's and U's, okay? And there's been a huge amount of research on iconic words in the last decade. And these have shown that they're easy to learn. They dominate the lexicon of young children before they get subsumed by arbitrary words. They're pervasive in all languages, and it's been argued that they provide a bridge from ape-like calls to human-like words. And the argument they arise is very much by the synesthetic quality of the infant brain that facilitate cross-modal perception. So where vision, smell, hearing, taste, they can all bring together in one experience. And synesthetes today maintain that by saying, oh, the number 6, that's red. Of course it's red. How can it possibly be anything other than red? Most of people have some degree of cross-modal perception, but not an extreme form. Now, I'm arguing that this synesthetic perception led to the emergence of words in two phases. If you go back to Australopithecus afarensis, on the savannah, they may have had, I'm going to try this, okay, it's not wise, but I'm trying it. They may have had some ape-like calls, sort of, whoa, 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 ga, 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 whoa, 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 ga, 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 ga. I don't know if they did, but something like that, okay. Now, Homo habilis, larger brain, some cortical leakage, as Nick Humphrey described it, cross-modal perception. And imagine they're working stone tools. These sharp stone flakes, the nodules, they're sharp. As they're doing them, whoa, 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 ga, 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 takita, whoa, 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 ga, 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 tika, because they're not using that as a word, but it's a sensory impression of the material that they're working with, which is becoming embedded into their holistic call. They're not knowing they're doing it deliberately. So what's the next phase? Well, here's Homo erectus with a larger brain, and those individuals who could make that association between that element of that iconic, of that holistic call, and what's being referred to, and pull it out as a separate word, that has some sort of advantage, because they could then be using that for communication. So we move from holistic calls with iconic sound segments, to the sound segment becoming isolated as a word, the first iconic words. Now that then has a revolutionary impact. Because if you've got iconic words then go off on their own evolutionary trajectory into language. Iconic words initiate the evolution of language, specializing in the transmission of information. The remnant of holistic calls, they can now specialize in musicality, in social bonding, emotional expression. So we start having this original, single, holistic, HOM-type communication system bifurcating, with words going on one evolution direction, focusing on the transmission of information, enabling holistic calls focus on social bonding, emotional expression, leading to the evolution of language and the evolution of musicality as two separate communication systems. So by 300,000 years ago in Europe, I'd argue that the Neanderthals, by 300,000 years ago, I'd argue that the Neanderthals in Europe and Homo sapiens in Africa, they both shared spoken language with iconic and now arbitrary and grammatical words with composition utterances. And that had led to a diversity of languages, and language primarily being used for transmitting information, storytelling. Nick's right, they're not making these Shunigan spears unless they've got spoken language of some type. And equally, they've got musicality and group-specific musical traditions, probably musical instruments of some type. But of course, that's not the end of the story, because we know that after 300,000 years ago, these two species diverged rather. We know that there's been, this is from a 2019 article, over 12,000 SNPs, mutations occurring in the modern human genome since the separation from Neanderthals. And we know that the modern human brain developed this globular shape, including a larger cerebellum, different pattern of connectivity. And quite a few of these genes have been tracked down, and we know their function, and a good number of them relate to neural development. And again, a great swathe of research from the last 5 years really, some remarkable articles describing this. Now I'd argue that all that genetic information supports the argument that I put out in 1996, and of course I'm very biased here, looking for support for my speculative arguments, because in my book, Prehistory of the Mind, I argue that the Neanderthal and modern humans had a very different type of mentality. The Neanderthals, what I called a domain-specific mind, expert knowledge about the natural world, about manipulating artifacts, about the social world, but a limited ability to connect these together, to devise new concepts. Modern humans are cognitively fluid mind, propensity to blend knowledge, ways of thinking, using metaphor, continually creating new concepts. And 2015, 20 years after that, Annette Kalmarov-Smith, the development psychologist, summed this up quite nicely. She talked about the modern human brain being a global workspace consisting of a distributed network of cortical areas, functionalized specialization, tightly interconnected by long-distance axons, which sends information back to specialized processes. Now, I think that all that new genetic research showing what's happening in the modern human brain between 300,000 and 100,000 years ago is developing those long-distance axons. And what that gives us is a cognitive fluidity. So if we go back to our scenario, and I'm just finishing now, we have another stage of language evolution, metaphor. Metaphor, metaphor, metaphor underlies science, underlies so much of arts, underlies so much of politics and poetry. And metaphor only arises with cognitive fluidity, being able to connect these different types of knowledge in the brain. And metaphor allows abstract words and abstract concepts. Whereas Neanderthals and other humans were remaining with arbitrary words, a sophisticated and evolved language, but nevertheless different from that of modern humans. And the consequence is that fully modern language, with metaphor, with abstract concepts, transformed musicality into that music I was talking about, into that whole suite of things that Nick referred to, where storytelling and drama is all combined, because it enabled not only the invention and construction of particularly complex musical instruments, with technology that needs to be transmitted from generation to generation using language, but the imposition of multiple meanings onto music and use of music for social and political ends. So to conclude, here's the summary diagram from my new book relating the evolution of language to the evolution of music. We start with the Australopithecus, say, for instance, right there, using holistic ape-like calls. Homo habilis, embedding iconic sound segments in. And then Homo erectus, 1.6 million years ago, the turning point. Because here those iconic sound segments have been isolated out as the first words. And that's setting these communication systems onto different paths, one to modern language and one to modern music. But initially, we're dealing with musicality. And then early Homo sapiens, or as Chris Stringer would say, ancestral Homo sapiens, and the Neanderthals, and Heidelbergensis are using arbitrary grammatical words that's facilitating song, linguistic and musical diversity. But it's only with modern humans where we have this global workspace that enables metaphor, that transforms musicality into that whole cultural, socially embedded phenomenon that we call music today. So that's my hypothetical scenario. No proof, but we began with proof of language and music being together. So thank you very much.
Any question? Please.
Yeah, I would like you to expand a bit on the arbitrary word and the iconic word, because in your example, the takenaka, I don't remember, takenaka, indicating biface. I'm not sure is an iconic word. It's already, I would say, is a symbolic. I would identify that already as a symbolic word instead of an iconic word, because there is no, between the takenaka and the biface, I don't see any iconic link.
We don't have any pure The argument is, and this is not my argument, this is by Wolfgang Kohler back in 1929, and many psychology and neuroscience since then, is that saying taka, 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 now what you're making with your mouth is lots of sharp movements. You're moving your tongue. You're making these sharp, small spaces which have a sensory association with a sharp object. So if I were to give you a hand axe, I said, Francesco, is this called a maluma or taka taka taka? You'd say, well, it's called a taka taka, obvious, because you have a bit of cross-modal association going there. Okay. Now it might be used as a symbolic word. I could call this microphone a taka taka, and that would be fine.
The question would be whether if you move 100 kilometers, there is somebody else that do not call the biface takenaka, but they call the ta-ta-ta-taka.
Well,
and then if this happens, you are not anymore in the realm of a iconic word.
Well, there's strong evidence against that because, for instance, there's been very nice experiments done where an English speaker has been given a range of Japanese words, and they have no idea what the Japanese words mean, and they're asked to guess what they mean. And there's a higher than chance likelihood that they guess the right meaning for words that have iconic elements in it. There is certainly ground for discussion, absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Thank you, Stephen, for this excellent lecture. I would like you to speculate on languages such as Vietnamese or Cantonese, which have respectively 9 and 6 tones.
That goes beyond my knowledge. But I mean, all I'd say is I think that, you know, I'm going to answer sort of a slightly different question. Often when we talk about the evolution of language, we talk about there was one language, there was a proto-language from which everything else derived. But I think from really early on, going back pre-Neanderthals, going back to Homo, there's always a multiplicity of language. And we know that languages are evolving in various different directions. So in Southeast Asia, we have a Southeast Asian family of languages, of which Vietnamese is one. Now, Vietnamese is a particularly interesting language because it's got a large number of short words. It has very little morphological constructions. And that's just one direction in which language evolves. Now, whether the Vietnamese music has an association with language or not, I don't know. It'd be very nice to look at. We've got various good phylogenetic trees of languages, such as Indo-European, and it'd be very nice to. I don't know of any research that have associated, particularly musical traditions, evolving, if you like, in the same direction with in the way that language evolves. So I can't really answer your question, but I think it's a very, very interesting one to look at the relationship between linguistic evolution, cultural evolution, and musical tradition evolution.
Yeah, thank you for your thought-inspiring talk. My question relates to if you have a story for the evolution of sign languages, so languages that have a grammar and everything, and equally complex in the visual manual modality.
I try, when I talk about language, to be talking about both spoken and sign language.
So how does that relate to music then? Because it's clearly, do you think of music then as something
I think music as a whole
modality?
I think music is a whole body experience. It's as much use of the body as song and instruments and so forth. And language is like that even as well. Of course, when I'm speaking language, I'm not using sign language, but I am using my body posture and position to help convey it. Now, sign language conventionalizes that. It's different from gesture. It conventionalizes that into an order. And as far as we understand, it's got no significant difference to spoken language in terms of its complexity. So I think the evolution root of it is much the same. And if we look at how people learn sign language and how we know it's evolved, such as in the Nicaraguan experiments, it often starts with more iconic symbols, signs, which gradually become conventionalized in the same way that spoken language with young children is dominated by iconic words, and then it switches to arbitrary words, and I'd argue the same for evolution. So I'd like to say it's all part of one mix. But there's not enough research on sign languages from an evolution point of view that I can draw on. And I have no expertise in the matter. But it's a great question and a really important area.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks a lot for the talk. I was wondering whether and how you would consider the development of a memory system into the evolution of language and music. Like whether, a sort of expansion of our memory abilities might have contributed to this model that you have.
Well, I don't have much to contribute on that, but I'm sure that in terms of let's say the enlargement of the brain through Homo habilis, Homo erectus, must be associated with longer memory. I do think that the early use of iconic words really enhances displacement that Nick was talking about. So you're talking about what's happening in the past and using them for talking about in the future, which again may well put selective pressures on memory. And I was very impressed with Laura's work, both her talk and what I've read of it, making the association between music and memory, how they're associated. So I think that these early hominins, even before words, using musicality, that's how enhancing their memory capacity. But I don't have any expertise in this area. But thank you.
Let me check.
Something, they come to me and grumble to me.
Okay, cool.
mescoliamo tutto, se no?
Bravissimi.
Proseguimento.
Grazie altrettanto.
Nice to meet you. So we've got an American publisher. It's a bit early yet, so I'm hoping there's going to be foreign translations. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. It's very kind.
Ma c'è tutto il suo intervento in inglese.
Certamente, l'hanno letto loro in inglese, però non è che anche tu, anche la tua l'hanno letto,
Sì.
qui loro tu l'hanno letto, qui non potete sicuramente.
Vediamo.
Pure io in qualche modo, tutto lì. Ma va bene,
Ma io ho seguito poco.
guarda che è una cosa questa, che è la prima tavola rotonda che faccio così campata in aria, diciamo, vediamo. Vediamo. Quello che non voglio, le tavole rotonde italiane sono 2 mini talk di 5 minuti e 2 domande preordinate. Qua deve essere vivace, è quello che alla fine non faccio. No, come 2 domande e 2 chieste, poi hai 3 domande. Libro, 2 cervelli. Però poi anche tu devi vedere cosa conto se sei 3 buchi anziché 5 quella roba lì, insomma. Ma però più che altro la domanda che va a derivare, cioè a dire come si parte da queste cose qui fino a fare un costrutto generale di cultura, no? Sì, questo sì. Ma tu il punto che sei la prima, sì, il timbro è veramente esatto. E lui ha già le domande preparate. Sì, preparate le domande. Mi sono dato anche le risposte. Un pochino sì, però tu quanti ne hai di audio, livelli audio? 3. Va bene, e cominci con quello perché dico quasi sì. Lisa, this is the book which is still under, yeah, I will send you, no problem.
Ah, that's true. This is not, the English version didn't come out. But I will send you German.
Didn't come out?
No.
For 1 year?
More than a year.
More than a year.
Yeah.
Why not?
Publisher, lazy publisher. I wrote the book in English, and it never.
No, for me, for me German is the same. You know,
Well, I sent it in German.
Ok. Vediamo come va oggi. Adesso benissimo. Anche tenuto conto dei 2 videoconferenze. C'è da dire che no, sento te. Non tu eri il primo in lista, il secondo in lista, non so, voi 2 eravate i 2 più importanti. Sentiamo te, io qui anche la bellezza, con le sue. Come? Chi? Sì, no, John, sì. Difficile fargli domande però su quella cosa del. Cioè, una cosa voglio dirgli, com'è possibile, io quando vado all'opera in Cina, tu dicevi, tormento per me. Com'è possibile? Certo, beh perché c'è altra musica. Appunto, poi tantissimi anni di comunanza con la Freni, con i Pavarotti, eccetera. Però è strano che i cinesi, quando li porto Verona, sono entusiasti. Va bene, vediamo. Pronti per andare appena la gente molla il buffet deve mollare, no? Cominciamo, cosa dici?
Penso proprio.
Siamo in ritardo del quarto d'ora. Sì. Cominciamo? Well, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you take your seats? I believe half of the audience is still down at the buffet, but doesn't matter. They will come, and they will be patient, and we actually will excuse them if they come in later in the middle of the round table. So, what does a round table mean? Normally, a round table in Italy, at least, is considered as a series of 2 or 3 5-minute mini presentations with 1 or 2 prepared questions, each one of them. It won't be like this today. I've done many round tables in my life. Today is a mystery. I really don't know how it will go. However, it has to be dynamic. It has to be a strong participation from the audience. And as a matter of fact, it will be like this. I will start with 2 of my friends. One is both very prominent people in the topic, Sandro Capelletto and Angelo Orcalli, and they will somehow introduce the topic themselves, the topic they would like to have discussed. Now, we will discuss both the topic of Sandro and the topic of Angelo, except that there will be also room for other questions or certainly something else. The audience will be filled up in a while, I hope, and then we will have it. One other comment which is general. This type of meeting we have had here, I believe so far it was very successful, would have been absolutely impossible 30 years ago. 30 years ago, what we said here would be nonsense, according to the general rule on music and language, of which the domineering figure was Steve Pinker, as you know, that had as an idea that music was irrelevant to development. It came late. It was a divertissement, so to say, that came late. Luckily, today, the name Steve Pinker wasn't even mentioned once. So this is an important point. Things have changed. However, let me tell you that you have received, all of you, the 2 sheets of papers of Sandro Capelletto, in which he says what he wants to say and what he would like to have from you as questions. And then you have also received a sheet from Angelo Orcalli with the same thing. There is one difference, that whereas Sandro Capelletto can handle things in English without any problem, Angelo Orcalli prefers not to talk English, and I will have to translate. He will understand this question to him, but I have to translate for you, or Katia will translate for you his answer, so that we have a complete panorama, okay? So let me give Sandro Capelletto, very prominent, well, I was a musicologist, yes, who will have about 10 minutes for telling you what he thinks should be discussed here in the round table. And you also will have three audio videos, which three audio files, and he will like you to listen to them, because he will promote further discussion. Sandro.
Okay. Just to say that my English is not without problems. Anyway, fear, sound, society, scenarios for a musical history of evolution. Is it possible to reconstruct the sound of the world in which our ancestors lived? A world and a soundscape which seem impossible to compare to ours. To try to hear it, we must all make a great effort and have a great imagination. We must operate an acoustic time machine that erases the sounds of devices like headphones, earphones, or speakers, of telephones, and any other tool used for the diffusion of sounds, both private and public. We must erase the universe of household, metropolitan, and industrial noises that we are now used to, from the smallest sound device to the large factory. We must stop, and this seems to be truly impossible, the noise of firearms. What remains, it could correspond to the listening condition of our ancestors. Was there a hi-fi or lo-fi soundscape? A soundscape is defined as hi-fi when it is possible to identify and distinguish every single source of sound, what no longer happens in our metropolitan soundscapes. The soundscape was certainly hi-fi to the ears of our ancestors, because they had to listen extremely carefully in order to survive. We have recordings, obviously made today, from regions that are considered silent, that is, still far from human intervention. These recordings are the result of the work of an Italian researcher, David Monacchi, for his project, Fragments of Extinction. He documented these sounds before the Anthropocene eliminates them completely. I propose you to listening session. First, dawn in the Congo Basin. Second, dusk, amphibians, insects, and birds in the Yasuni National Park, Ecuador. In this primordial soundscape, how could the human voice stand out? How could they communicate their presence to their fellows or warn them? With the use of the voice, modulated, rhythmic, according to shared codes. Then, with the first object capable of emitting sounds, which were also shared. Share is the key word. It means that music was not disconnected from the social context. Genetic and environmental factors are not independent in the development of music. They influence each other mutually. How could the need for music develop in small, non-sedentary, nomadic human groups? What purpose could music have served their first Homo sapiens 300,000 years ago? Our ancestors shared, like every human group, many moments of their daily lives. They certainly also shared fear. The fear of being few and not strong enough to defend themselves. What is the reason behind the birth of a sound created by humans? Was it a sound, a shout, a signal to communicate a presence, a position, a state of mind? Music is a only human invention, as is the ability to light and control fire. It is something we invented and which has transformed our lives. But music, it is not an art built on the abstract principles disconnected from the social context. It always takes on a multiplicity of meanings and exists through social and environmental mediations. Every human has been shaped by evolution to be musical, or have musical abilities not been a target of natural selection, but instead reflect our adaptive cognitive abilities? The ability to create a language, give meaning to the sounds emitted by our mouth, exists in every culture. The ability to recognize a certain musical rhythm and beat the beat following with that rhythm is also present in all cultures. Were music and language born together? Stephen Brown, Michael Martinez, Lawrence Parsons, in the music and language side by side, have outlined a comparative model of the shared characteristics of the neural system that support music and language. The model assumes that music and language exhibit parallel combinatorial generativity for complex sound structures, phonology, but distinctly different information contents, semantics. Music is a formula of language. In every musical civilization and in every language, sounds and words have found a way to interact and coexist. Then, music took on other functions, not just signaling, not just defense and immediate useful communication. Its semantics have multiplied, its meaning have exploded. It has taken on a religious meaning, on a magical meaning, apotropaic, political, demonstrative, emotional, aesthetic, thus confirming that music is not a system of rules closed in itself. It is above all a communication tool that meets and interacts with different interpretative contexts. Our ancestors, at the beginning of the evolution of Homo sapiens, quickly became aware of this power of sound. What we don't know is when they started getting pleasure from music. I would like to conclude by returning to those sounds of nature, adding a thought from Roland Barthes. Nature, with its noises, is fervent with meaning. At least that is how, according to Hegel, the ancient Greeks listened to. The oaks of Dodona express prophecies with the rustling of their leaves. Dodona was a Greek city in Epirus. In Dodona, there was an oracle dedicated to two divinities, Zeus, king of Olympus, and the mother goddess identified with Dione. It was the oldest oracle in all of Greece, perhaps dating back to the second millennium before Christ. The cult involved interpretation by the rustling of the leaves of the trees sacred to Zeus, the oak. Birds had a central role in the oracle. They were intermediaries between the world of the living and divinity. The first instruments made from animal bones had high-pitched sounds, perhaps with the intention of imitating the singing of birds, the highest voice, which stood out above all the voice of that world we are dealing with today. The voice that could best be understood. The first sounds produced by humans wanted to compete with the sound emitted by birds, which fly overhead. In Richard Wagner's Siegfried, it is the voice of the bird that shows the way to the protagonist who is about to get lost. In the songs of birds, or rather, in the infinity songs of the infinity species of birds that he listened to and recorded in the world, the French composer Olivier Messiaen sought timeless truth that he felt was excluded from the music created by humans, so deeply linked to historical time and these mutations. What is certain is that today we no longer pay attention to the rustling of the leaves of the Dodona oak, that we are not able to listen to the sounds of nature. The last listen I propose you comes from Borneo. Dusk in Ulu Temburong National Park. These sounds are still untouched by the time of humans, who today believe they are masters of nature.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there are, as you have read, there are a series of questions that could be answered. Probably the most provocative initial one was, where have we been constructed to be musical or not? That is a simple question, however, perhaps I would like to ask personally Emiliano Brunner about his own description of parietal domains which are supposed to be musically linked. Now, are they equal, for example, on the right and left brain, or are they different? I'm saying so because actually, as Angelo will say later on, there is this idea that the left brain is ready, is there to decode articulate signals in writing and speaking, whereas the same thing is done on the right brain. Therefore, since the parietal domain you mentioned, Emiliano, where in a sense you mentioned brain in general, not right or left, can you say anything about this?
Well, on this topic, there's no clear answer because the asymmetries in the parietal cortex used to be not so consistent as in other regions. There are asymmetries, there are anatomical asymmetries, there are functional asymmetries, like in the frontal or occipital cortex, for example, but they are not so consistent. So the average difference between right and left, it's the average differences is not so strong, and the individual variability is incredibly large. So the fact that the mean differences is small and the individual variability is large make it very difficult to recognize consistent differences between groups or patterns. Once more, we have to consider that the parietal cortex is one of the most plastic region of the brain. The plasticity of the parietal cortex is extremely high, so whatever kind of training can change even the pattern of asymmetry. For example, in the 90s, they detected a very strong change in the average parietal asymmetries in those generation, which is me, that in the 80s underwent the first super training with video games. So just the introduction of video games introduces strong influence on the parietal asymmetries. This is to say that whatever minimum training can influence these tiny differences between right and left. So no answer. Of course, this is more human. If you go in fossil hominids, it's definitely impossible. There's a general observation suggesting that the right part is a bit larger than the left counter region. This is also the same feeling that we have in modern humans, but the statistical evidence is not much consistent.
Sandro, you want to add any comment?
No, any comment.
Not any comment.
No.
Please.
I needed to, because the asymmetries in the sound is on the temporal lobe rather than on the parietal lobe. So the parietal lobe does lots of things, but the sound is...
Not only the enthusiasm of 20 years ago on the difference between right and left brain is no longer accepted today as a dogma. There is, yeah.
Of course, yes. But I started 20 years ago telling that was bullshit.
Right.
So.
Good. Any other question on this particular point, or where we constructed to be musical or not? Please. Stephen.
I really want to thank Sandro for reminding us about the sounds of the natural world, because I think so many of us now live in soundscapes where that is basically absent. You know, we hear other human voices, we hear artificial sounds that are human-made, but we very rarely hear those sounds of nature. And yet, throughout the whole of human evolution, that must have been one of the dominant sounds people were hearing. And today when views about the evolution of language that were developed in the Enlightenment by Herder and Rousseau and others have been very much, which focused on imitation, onomatopoeia, they've really been dismissed as being rather fanciful, called the poo-poo theories and so forth. But I think if you're living in that sort of soundscape with those wonderful sounds, it must have had a profound impact upon not just the nature of hearing, but how you view sounds. And it's something that we're really devoid of today. And I think that must bias our ways we think about music and language and its possible evolution. So thank you so much for those sounds of the near extinct world. And I think we must preserve them.
Thank you
They're
very
wonderful.
much, Stephen. But what about the fear? What about the fear?
The fear.
Are they frightened? Are the people fearful of them? I'm not sure. I think they would be as fearful, they would embrace them and love them as much as they fear them. Are they necessarily fearful? I'm not entirely sure that's the case.
Thank you.
Francesco has a point.
Well, my point is that I fully agree with what Stephen had just said. You focus on something which is very important, that in, I would say, all the presentation of today, we have been very anthropocentric. So we have not paid attention to the context in which we may even invent a new discipline which will be the ecomusicology niche modeling. Would be in fact that music and language should develop in their own ecological context. And this certainly play a role according to the type of sound that you have in the development of these practices. So, this is fully true, and there is something that we have not paid enough attention to, because I mean, as modern humans belonging to the weird society, in fact, we are not used to consider natural sound anymore as in one of the dimensions in which we have to fit our own sound. On the other hand, it is also true that the natural sound is very different according to the ecological setting, but there was at some stage a process that make this sound, even the natural sound, culturalized by society. So in fact, nice example that you show about the Greek situation. In fact, this is a situation in which the natural sound is culturalized, is attributed the meaning, is become one of the part of the cultural system. So it's one of the elements within a much broader, association of cultural traits. And this is the point in which we cross the Rubicon between just being, because chimps as well, they live in some ecological setting. They are also submitted to this natural sound, but apparently they have not been able. Certainly they have incorporated all this sound in their way of communicating to each other, but they have not culturalized the sound in a way that would, at some stage, give rise to the development of musical instrument and so on. So let's say it's certainly a dimension that we not have to forget, but we also have to do not forget the fact that at some stage we have transformed this nature in something that has become fully cultural.
I remind to bring up this point with you later on after Angel's discussion. That is to say, the idea that music is no longer not only a communication means, but it beginning bottom up in a sense, it develops into something much more important socially and whatever. So, but we can go back to that later on. Sandro, anything else to say on that?
No, but two other questions maybe.
Yes.
I'm not sure it's a question, it's a comment. I found it very inspiring, this text, and particularly the reference to Wagner. That reference to the bird in Wagner brings to my memory the reference that Stephen Feld makes to a Bozavi person that outside of his environment gets lost in a forest. And people worry very much because it's not his place. And then he appears. and he has found his way. And then they interrogate him, how did you make it? And he says, well, I was not worried. I was just following the birds. And then I got closer to a bird, and he told me how to get out. He was not at all in his own environment. That for Feld is a strong point in terms of, he doesn't call them soundscapes. His best metaphor is acoustic ecology, and that brings us closer to the idea that we can have acoustemology. So that maybe brings in a different component. We use in so many visual metaphors to describe experiences that in fact are acoustic, that are sound acoustic. And I think this is probably something from, let's say, the ethnoscape that we should bring into the picture when we're thinking about this dichotomy, you know, humans, nature. In fact, what we're talking about is everything in between. And I've thought of that particular narrative by Stephen Feld, which is now, you know, be it with the Bozavi or in Ghana, it's happening now. It's still very inspiring and I think challenging when we think of how we think of the brain today.
Thank you.
No point?
No point. No, just reflecting between the relation between the first human and the birds. Yeah. Why we choose flutes, the high pitch of the flutes, maybe to imitate the birds and what they mean with when they fly.
Actually, this very point, I think, requires a long discussion. There are those who believe that the prehistoric music imitate birds, singing birds, and although this is not accepted, but anyway, it needs a discussion. Richard.
Io me lo aspettavo.
Two things. I first would comment on the last comment that I agree. The nature-culture dichotomy is, you know, maybe not always so important. I agree. We're in a situation today where we're destroying the planet Earth, and of course, that's a problem. But you know, in a hunter-gatherer society, very low population density, people were part of the world around them. And I think, yeah, I'm sure some of you know Jerome Lewis's work about singing in the Congo and all of these different things where people felt that they were one with the world around them. It doesn't contradict what Sandro's saying, but it, you know, augments it a little bit, that there's a fluidity also there between nature and culture, and that sounds on both ends can be in harmony. Probably when music comes about, that harmony somehow finds an expression. The question about why flutes, I mean, there's definitely a major preservation bias. Flutes are something that are relatively easily preserved. They could, of course, be of wood, but if they're of bone or ivory in a setting like where I work, they're much better preserved than sinews for strings or wood or other things. So I would say in general, they're relatively easy to recognize as artifacts, and they have benefits for preservation. There are a lot of other things going on too, but I think there's some taphonomic and preservation issues that play a role as well.
Thank you.
When we were talking about birds, it came to my mind, when I attended the conference on the origin of syntax in Germany, and there was a Japanese colleague that told the story of a bird that was lived in China but was taken to Japan to be used as pet. And so the question there was whether there was a syntax in the song of the bird. But the funny thing is that while he stayed in the wild in China, he was making very short song. When he was taken to Japan and put in cage, these pieces developed the more incredible, very long. Of course, because the reason is that the song was done to attract a partner, but at the same time, if the song was very long, they were more prone to be eaten by predators. So when they moved to Japan, in fact, they stay in a cage. There was no predator anymore. They could develop extremely complex song going on for very, very long. So this is to address the issue of the fear that you say. So of course, in this environment in which we have all this natural song, is also a very dangerous environment. So in fact, when you are able to sing or to make music, you expose yourself to carnivores. So in a sense, is also an act that you are able to do when you are sure that your action won't put you in danger. So that is a part, I would say, is a less pleasant part of being in a natural environment, but it's something that we have to consider. So in a sense, say, music or musical tradition, in a sense, are also the reflection of some degree of domination of the landscape. They will arrive in moments in which we can afford making music and making noise, and we know that this won't attract hyena or other carnivore, and we will be able, if they come, to face these dangers. So this is a dimension that in fact is a corollary of being in a natural landscape.
Thank you very much.
Ginevra, only a second, because I see Emiliano shaking his hands. He wants immediately to enter the discussion.
Thanks. A couple of comments first on the lecture about Sandro. I think that's we have to avoid some kind of bias. We don't have to be too much anthropocentric, but neither too much anthropophobic. I mean, we used to separate artificial sounds and natural sounds, forgetting that artificial means that are produced by humans. Humans are natural elements. So, after all, the sounds generated by humans is like sounds generated by birds. It's just in our anthropocentric view that we do this separation between artificial and natural. After all, the last record,
in Borneo.
The last from Borneo, if you close your eyes, if you have been close to some town in which they are building stuff, it's very similar. But if you know that it is birds, it's natural. If you know that it is a machine, it is artificial. But it sounds very likely. Okay, this is a part of the story. But a point that it's probably very interesting to raise about origin, the brain and evolution. Factors that we have not mentioned at all, cognitive factor and brain factors, is attention. Attention is very important for everything because attention is a sort of bottleneck of the other cognitive functions. You may have wonderful abilities, cognitive abilities, but if you cannot sustain for a given time that ability, it's totally useless. And sustain an ability, it's a matter of attention. The ability to focus your attention on a kind of signal. For example, excluding bottom-up signal and focusing on top-down intentional space or time frame. So probably the evolution of music the theories on evolution of music should take into consideration the evolution of the attentional capacity. Because without an attentional capacity, it's probably not likely that whatever a human being can get into an intentional behavior aimed at generating or listening a specific source of sound.
Thank you.
I completely agree. Katia, maybe Katia?
Yes, Ginevra was actually
Ginevra.
hoping to have the phone.
Question.
No, telephone, Ginevra.
It's okay. One question. The use of flute to imitate the sounds of bird could be also a mean of hunting them, because humans were hunters and normal hunters to attract birds used to imitate their sound.
It's possible,
Could
yes.
be.
That could be true, but the birds, occasionally ptarmigan are eaten, certain birds are preyed upon and captured, but they're typically a very, very small portion of the diet, at least in the records I know, right? So it wouldn't be a driving force for subsistence. It may be in the mix in certain contexts, but that would be my comment on that. I don't think it would be the driving force.
It's been argued for the flutes from Malaha, the Neolithic site.
No. You get lost of posterity. Talk to the phone, please.
I just note that at the Tufian site in Southwest Asia, in Malaha, where they have some bird-bone flutes, and that's next to an area of large marshes where there's a lot of bird hunting, and they've been argued there that they were being specifically used for bird hunting. So I think, as Nick says, it does depend on context and the subsistence activity. So I'm sure that's a very good argument in some cases.
Thank you very much for your attention, really.
Anthropogenic, you see. What do we mean by anthropogenics? Here, all of us, today, all day long, we're talking about prehistoric music and then develop into Western music. Now, my experience is this. I like opera. I go to Verona or wherever, and I enjoy it very, very much. Maybe it's anthropogenic, but this is what happens. I happen to be frequently in China, and they take me sometimes to opera. It's pure torment. I couldn't.
Questa non doveva
I don't
dirla.
understand this. Somebody must tell me what is different in the development and all this. When we talk about anthropogenic, we are a little bit too simplifying things, because we are anthropogenic as Europeans or as Americans or whatever, and then we have the entire world of Japan, China, and so on and so forth. Totally different. However, each summer I have a summer course for Chinese students, and I take them each year to the Verona Opera, and they are enchanted. So what is different between our way of developing and the Oriental way, the Chinese way? Can anybody have an idea about it?
Yeah, it's going to be very quick, but I'm a composer, and I'm dealing with Chinese music as well. So probably I'm the right person in the right moment here. It's a matter of education. We were born in Europe, or let's say in the west side of the world, with a precise, pre-framed tonal information. It means that we know that an interval between C and D must have a precise frequency. If it's too high or it's too low, the sensation we have is that it's too sharp, for example, exactly the sensation you have, a feeling you have in China. When I had the first chance to listen to the Yuan opera, it was a terrible moment to me. Completely, I was lost because everything is very sharp, and most of that kind of opera are sung by female characters, even if they're playing the role of male characters. Everything it's completely out of tune for us. Of course, it's not for them, because they grew up with that kind of information.
But this is only a matter of rhythm, or is it
No. It's a matter. If I'm going to play that piano, which is not perfectly in tune, you're going to have some problem, because if you have in your mind a frame of perfect pitches, like A is, for example, 414 hertz. Okay, so you have in your mind exactly that information. If no one is going to tune that piano for a year, for example, your feeling is going to be like there's something going wrong here. It's just a matter of education, believe me. I mean, I had the same problem you had. I overcome the problem after 3 months listening to that music and playing and studying the typical traditional Chinese instruments. And then I changed completely my mind. But before that, I had the same kind of problem. It's a matter of education. Yeah.
Is anybody convinced of this, or Katia?
I'm certainly convinced by this, but this takes me to the question. When did Homo feel pleasure by listening to its own music, perhaps?
I think immediately.
Well, wait a minute. If he was born here, perhaps, but if he was born in China, it could not be so, because, as I said, in China, perhaps even those days, his tradition, the education, the environment, and everything was different. So, I'm always thinking that music should have the same impact in the brain of the human species now, if you wish, nowadays, because we have the same genome, and music should impact in our brain in the same way, releasing the same neurotransmitters, I don't know, hitting the emotional part of our brain, which in principle should be the same.
So you need to make a decision between music and sound. So it's very important.
I noticed this point actually will create some. You want to say anything, Angelo? No. Okay. Sandro, anything to say about this?
No. There are many contemporary Chinese composers that try to mix Chinese traditional music and instrument with instruments by Western tradition. That's very interesting. From the other side, okay. No, stop.
I'm mixing Chinese instruments in the Western orchestra. Okay, so I'm trying to do it the other way around.
They don't hear you from the back.
I'm one of them from the other side because I'm trying to mix together Chinese instruments in the Western orchestra, and it's successful. You need to be very careful using the pitches, but it's very successful. Okay, something we can do that.
So I think we can say then, from what I hear, that the idea that prehistoric music was trying to imitate birds is no longer accepted. However, in the development from the times of the caves to the time of Bach or Mahler or whatever, there has been something, the same thing that has modified the results according to China or Europe or whatever in the ways which we don't understand, but it has happened. Or not? No. Any comment on that? Yes, please.
Thank you. So one aspect here is, and it's the work that several people have been doing, trying to link cultural transmission with cognitive biases, right? And the underlying result there is that you can, iterated cognitive biases, like in the game of telephone, il telefono senza fili, right? If you whisper someone to the ear of your neighbor and so on and so forth, those biases sum up and lead a completely random sequence of sound to become a musical sequence. And the funny thing of that is that if you iterate this experiment multiple times, you get different musical cultures in the lab, right? So in some way, I think this kind of research can reconcile musical diversity in the world with underlying cognitive biases shared among all human beings. That's my 2 cents.
Please, Claudio.
Yes, just a brief comment on your use of the word "stop the noise of firearms," that I'm not sure what was the message there. But if the message meant that during the good old Paleolithic times, there was no human impact on the natural environment, that is true only in some places. For example, 50,000 years ago, when the first humans arrived in Australia, not using firearms, but using fire, and with the help of stone tools, they induced the extinction of 90% of the animals with a weight of more than 45 kilograms that were present on the continent. So it was not peaceful times, even in full ice age, between humans and nature. So just as a comment that triggered in my mind your use of firearms.
Yes,
You have a comment?
I know that, but it was just an utopia.
So at least we need some conclusive agreement on this, right? Actually, Sandro said that he was very surprised by the reaction to his comment. Well, but this is what I wanted, to create a reaction here. Now, one thing, I may anticipate something. Considering prehistoric music, all what we hear so far, prehistoric music, Paleolithic music, is high pitch. Now, I'm anticipating a point that Andrew was making. What is the reason for that? Is that the distance of the number of the holes, or is it something because the birds do that? I go back to the matter of imitation to the birds, of course. Maybe we could have some comment from, is Anna here? You can mention, you can answer this, Anna.
I'm not sure, but I guess it's a matter of the available material at that time, because they had the material to create wind instruments. You need a hollowed out, so a hollow stick or rod. So, and bones were available, and those bones had special measures. I will talk about it later. And these measurements does produce high pitches. So they might have imitate birds with it, but I guess the most important reason is that they were limited in the length, except of the mammoth ivory instrument, but I will talk about this later, maybe.
Actually, what you say is interesting. However, all of us have heard here already before your performance tonight, the flutes, the prehistoric flutes, and they are all high pitch. Actually, I remember, I think somebody mentioned, was it you? You mentioned Bernadette Keffer. I heard her playing in the typical high pitch rhythm, so to say, of prehistoric music, a piece of Bach. The melody was totally recognizable, actually even more beautiful than when you play by orchestra. But it is possible. So somehow, was because in the prehistoric times, the transition from rhythm to melody was not yet there, or why?
So if you can play, this is a question of play Bach. It's a question of pitches.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yes.
I will talk about this also later, but I can also tell it now. There's a special, so there's one, or it's a question of embouchure, how you voice these instruments. And there's one specific embouchure more favorite than the others. This is the nigh embouchure, so you hold the instrument oblique on the edge and blow on the opposite edge. And there's a special effect. I call it the oral glissando effect. So you can move with your oral cavity. You can change the size of your cavity, and you can alter pitch with this technique. So this is why each pitch in between the range of the bone is playable. And this is why you can play Bach or everything you like. But only if you use this special technique of voicing the instrument.
Okay, any other technical questions to Anna?
I will be there. I will have a talk after the discussion,
Right,
so I may explain some things. There might be.
No, then. Is there anybody who wants to ask Sandro any other question, or can we try to go to the points raised by Angelo here? If I may anticipate what you've seen is sheet of paper. He had the point of the right and the left brain, but I think we discussed that already. There's no point in talking again. The key point he has is the matter of timber. Today we have had a lot of talks about rhythm, and we are really intoxicated by that. But there was no mention of timber. Now, possibly this is because it is simply
impossible to define it, but still, nevertheless, I wonder whether Angelo could maybe try to say in a few words how he defines timber. Tell me in Italian, I try to translate it.
Io ridurrò molto il campo rispetto al contesto generale su una questione precisa ma nello stesso tempo indeterminata, che è il timbro. E darò una prima definizione del timbro, tenterò di dare una definizione standard del timbro dalla quale poi ricavo una serie di riflessioni. Addirittura questa definizione viene dall'Associazione Americana di Normalizzazione e dice che il timbro è l'attributo della sensazione uditiva che permette all'ascoltatore di differenziare due suoni della stessa altezza, della stessa intensità, della stessa durata e dello stesso luogo dalla quale viene emanata la fonte sonora. Quindi il timbro si definisce in negativo. Allora, la ricchezza...
To make a simple answer. It's written in his own paper, but what I wanted to say in a word, that to him timber is a negative concept. And so maybe some of those among you who are more musicologists than musical lovers have anything to say about timber being a negative concept? Yes, please.
I just think we have talked about timbre. So even Isabel's talk.
A little bit, only a little bit.
Well, but if you think about human voice and think about his definition, if I change my formants, so if I change my upper vocal tract, if I maintain a pitch, I'm a horrible singer. But if I go like, I'm changing the timbre, right?
This is timbre, sure.
Exactly. So I think quite a bit of Isabel's talk dealt with that. So I think operationally, as an acoustician, you define timbre quite well with the spectral slice, or is there something I'm missing?
But that was, yeah, Angelo.
Adesso rispondo. Allora, ho dato questa definizione per cominciare a chiarire il problema. Nel senso che forse appunto le discipline qui convocate, egregiamente rappresentate, mi aiutano a capire, aiutano il musicologo a capire un paradosso fondamentale della musica. Vale a dire, se è vero che ciò che resta da tutto il resto, melodia, ritmo e conseguentemente tutti gli altri parametri, resta un fondo, una stoffa, potremmo dire, sulla quale la musica disegna. E questo concetto di stoffa, secondo me, va applicato sia agli aspetti extramusicali che agli aspetti musicali, o protomusicali, o protolinguistici, essendo il timbro in alcun modo definibile con delle gradazioni, non c'è una scala di timbri, un timbro non è più grande di un altro, un timbro non dura più di un altro, è una quantità, un attributo, una qualità a questo punto, perché non può essere una quantità. E però è centrale nella scena uditiva ed è importante non solo per i musicisti, non solo per quelli che hanno capacità musicali. Vado troppo in là?
Insomma. Actually, Angelo he likes to go into the cognition part of the story. Essentially, you know, music means essentially rhythm, melody, and harmony. However, this is not enough. Once you satisfy these parameters, these three classical parameters of music, there is this undefinable. Is it me? My God, I'm sorry.
May I just add another dimension? Currently, and it's not my theory, it's Robert Zattore's proposal in terms of spectral and temporal resolution, and there seems to be a balance, you know, in terms of how our brain is organized, but also how music is affected by spectral kind of manipulation relative to temporal manipulation. There are fantastic examples on internet. I don't have them right now, but it's, if you modify the spectral information in a melody, for example, the same, I mean, with a song, so a song, let's say a song, you will not recognize the melody, but you will recognize the lyrics. Vice versa, if you manipulate the temporal dimension, you will affect the understanding of the speech, but you will recognize the melody. So I do invite you to listen to this kind of acoustical manipulations that allow us to have an idea of how different kind of acoustical parameters can determine the way we perceive music and speech.
Sì, perfettamente. Arrivavo esattamente a questo e lei mi ha anticipato, ma è scritto qui, nel senso che
No, I understood.
il problema che ponevo è esattamente questo. Come mai il paradosso di cui parlavo è esattamente questo, cioè sono solo 50 anni da una storia millenaria che sappiamo che cos'è il timbro.
What is it then?
Ecco, ed era necessario un cambiamento di scala di osservazione del suono per arrivarci, perché senza la codifica digitale non avremmo potuto dominare i particolari fini dell'onda, cioè il livello temporale che è dell'ordine delle decine di millisecondi. E abbiamo capito una sessantina di anni fa, grazie a Jean-Claude Risset, a Matthews, e a McAdams e tanti altri studiosi, e i contributi di Zatorre e anche suoi a questo proposito, ci dicono che noi distinguiamo uno strumento da uno percussivo o da uno morbido nei primi 20-30 millisecondi. Vale a dire che il nostro orecchio è in grado di distinguere se arriva un colpo durissimo, percussivo, o un fruscio. E allora, ritorno al discorso di prima, Nietzsche diceva che l'udito è l'organo della paura, e meglio ancora, se volete, dell'allerta. La cosa che mi stupisce, ma mi fermo qua se devi, ma forse mi seguono tutti lo stesso.
Do you follow him or should I translate afterwards? Because it's a bit complicated. Essentially,
no, ma c'è scritto.
Yeah, so the matter of the 20 milliseconds, this is important. We understand something which may not even be musical, as a matter of fact, in 20 milliseconds. Which of the parameter of music is that, rhythm or what? In 20 milliseconds, what do you perceive?
No, non è ancora una percezione, ma è sicuramente una sensazione. L'udito non è in grado di distinguere nulla in 20 millisecondi, ma intuisce di qual è la sorgente sonora.
Yeah, so it's a matter of intuition, in other words. You hear something without hearing it, because you simply imagine what it means in 20 milliseconds. That's which part of the remainder do you imagine is? Is it a rhythm? Is it a melody? What is it?
No, non è né melodia né niente. È semplicemente, esattamente, diventa una percezione, come diceva il grande Helmholtz, quando tu riconosci quello che hai anticipato, cioè se conosci che è un violino, lo puoi dire che è un violino, ma se non hai mai sentito parlare del violino né sentire un violino, non lo sai che quello è. Cioè, il problema è che noi abbiamo un fondo, un tessuto sotterraneo nel nostro sistema uditivo di cui nessuno ha parlato oggi e che è presente nell'attenzione generale della nostra scena uditiva, è presente nella musica, è presente nel canto, ma nel linguaggio, perché le articolazioni, il paradosso del timbro è anche questo, e cioè che quando si occupa del linguaggio si discretizza in fonemi, quando si tratta di musica non riesce a discretizzarlo. Ecco l'altro paradosso. E io appunto spero che queste discipline che sono state convocate qui mi diano una spiegazione, perché però quello che succede è che noi oggi ci occupiamo solo di timbro in pratica in musica, perché dopo i sistemi di trasmissione radiofonica, registrazione eccetera eccetera, non ci occupiamo altro che di suono, ma in fondo di timbro, essendo venute meno tutte le strutture fondamentali della musica classica basate sulle quantità. Io avrei già finito.
Angelo, excuse me. Maybe this is a brutal type of comment, but in 20 milliseconds, my ear understand whether it is a violin or a trumpet.
Sì.
I understand that. So you are saying now that in 20 milliseconds, our sense, our auditory system in 20 milliseconds doesn't understand. Not true. In 20 milliseconds, and I say this is a violin immediately.
Immediately, esattamente.
So this is it.
Esattamente.
But this is simply that there's nothing wrong with music.
Se conosci che c'è un violino, ma in realtà ti distingue solo la sorgente.
Sì, ma this is not music, this is simply cognition.
No, entra nella musica però, perché avendo un effetto emotivo nella musica lo si prende proprio perché ha un fondo extramusicale. E ancora una volta, per citare Wagner, esattamente Wagner scorda i contrabbassi nel preludio dell'Oro del Reno, porta l'orchestra di un'ottava sotto, scorda il contrabbasso del Mi bemolle per dire la musica ha i piedi fuori della musica, nel rumore, nel tellurico. Ed è un colpo di genio che lui ha, che intuisce questa cosa. Di questo fondo di cui voglio parlare, che noi non vediamo perché è in mezzo, questa è una spiegazione che dovrebbe venire dalle vostre discipline.
Permit me to say something which simply means that I'm ignorant in these things. Why do you call it intuition? If I hear a violin for 2 milliseconds, I understand it's a violin. Same thing, not in musical. If I hear, for example, somebody firing a pistol, gun shot, or a cannon, I understand in 2 milliseconds, then it's not musical, this is something else in general. It's simply, why do you say intuition? It's auditory system.
No, infatti è sicuramente intuizione, ma entra nella musica come fatto emozionale.
Sure, this is, I wouldn't call it cognition, it enters in the general realm of senses. By the way, somebody, 2 or 3 of you have mentioned today synesthesias, messiaen and so on and so forth. And in that case, we could even be taken away from this reality of sensation, right? Possono anche portarti via, no?
Sì, è un po' come il colore.
We still have, sure, plenty. No? Sono le 7 meno 6 minuti. Benissimo, se cominciamo alle 7 cominciamo. Perché prima? No, then the wrong program you gave me.
Abbiamo chiuso.
C'è il programma? Cosa dice?
Il programma?
6:30 no?
6:30.
Ah sì, you're right. I apologize. So, having said, I had a few 2 or 3 more points, but doesn't matter. I want to thank Sandro Capelletto and thank Angelo Galli. And then maybe now we have, I think, 5 seconds. 5 seconds or 5 milliseconds.
This is very important in terms of what you are listening to and you think you can recognize because you remember it. Please have a look at this. You never seen something like this before. Do not look at the video, please. Just you. Yeah, the video, please. No, don't look it, please. Ernesto, don't. Just look at me and listen to the sound.
This is 20 seconds, not 20
Stop it. What kind of sound is that?
Maybe half, I don't know. But there was 20 seconds, but I didn't even pay attention to what you were asking me. No, because it's too late. So make your point and then what was your point?
In terms of what you're listening to, in those kind of 20 milliseconds, so you can tell the difference between something you know and something else you know, not between something you know and something you don't know. So if you play a trumpet right now, just the first note, if I'm not going to play the first note, just the tail of the sound, okay, the decay, or a violin or a piano, you cannot tell the difference between that.
But that, you're talking about music, if you tell me...
Timbre, not music, just sounds, okay.
Timbre is music. It's also music, yeah. Timbre actually comprehends all of the 3 other parameters and more, social, economics, etc.
We're going to talk about that later.
So, Anna.
Maybe we can just focus on... Thank you all for staying with us. And yeah, maybe that's the time to have music, huh?
Yeah.
And then you can talk as long as you wish, but I think that the time, I'm sorry, Nicholas. No, I'm talking to Nicholas Conrad. Were you expected? Good. Okay, so we have Anna Federike, I don't want to make any mistake, Potengowski. She has been trained as a classical flautist in Dresden and Berlin, and noodle. But she has been working with you, or at least composing music for the flute you're gonna hear now. So it is her compositions on the artifact. A copy of it, of course.
Yeah, so I guess the music might answer some of your questions I would have to talk about in my talk, so maybe music answers more than words sometimes. I wanted to talk about sources, because you know no scores are handed down from periodic times, but I was looking for different sources we can get information about music people might have done. And one part I wanted to talk about was the acoustics of the surroundings and the influence on music. We were talking about high pitches, low pitches. There were many questions, and the low pitches are very difficult to play on these instruments. But cave is like Eastwood's cave or a lot. So it's like a natural and they do help to play these lower notes very well, and that's why I wanted you to have the concert in a church or somewhere, but this didn't happen because of the wind. But I wanted to invite you because I was not allowed to do the concert out there on the staircases with all the marble. We had one window, which is very close to it. But if you like to turn around, change places to the first ones will be here, the last ones will be the first ones over there. But they will play at the staircase, and you can stay inside and listen. This might be a simulation of cave music. I take this maybe with me. Just follow me. I take the mic with me. not allowed to stay at this staircase. That's just me because for safety reasons. Yeah, but I wanted to say some things in between. So could we open the door? Thank you. No, I don't want to. What? No, this is okay. I will give it to you later. The instruments I will play today are reconstructions, of course, and reconstruction of a Paleolithic instrument is difficult, and you have to be aware that the tones you will listen to are the ones of the reconstructions, not of the originals, because of unknown parts the instruments aren't preserved, fully preserved, so we have parts we don't know. These are the original blowing and for some of them we are sure, but some of we are not. And the original length of the bone, and this does influence pitch, of course. So the length of the instruments, of the wind instrument, does define the fundamental notes of the instrument. So just keep in mind that we are listening to reconstructions today. So this will be the vulture bone instrument from Holoflate's cave will be the first reconstruction I'm playing. I will play it on the edge. So there is a notch preserved, but this is unfortunately not playable. But we have these instruments from Isturiz. Ernesto Francesco Derico already reported them. They have the most preserved find has a straight cut end, blowing end, which is suggested to be blown as a knife flute. So I can show you with a reconstruction of a Isturiz instrument. You held it. So knife flutes are still existing in the Arabic region. So you hold it in one angle of the mouth. And this is what I can do with a noodle too. So this is one technique, but this technique is also, may you help me with the microphone? There's a special feature for this technique I already reported. You can alter the pitch by the oral cavity. I may demonstrate. Oh, I don't need this, that goes. Without moving any fingers. So if they used this playing technique, the Nye technique, they were able to modify pitch. So if we are talking about tonality, so it is possible to play diatonic on these instruments, it is possible to play pentatonic on these instruments, and it is possible to play microtonal scales or stuff like this. So we simply can't be sure, but as there's an accumulation of all four reconstructions I will play today of shades of certain intervals, like thirds. They were very often represented, major and minor thirds. I'm talking about shades because this is not comparable to the tempered or pure system we know today. Might sound wider, these instruments, or smaller, but they do sound familiar. Yeah, so then the second instrument will be one made of mammoth ivory. One special feature, or one question I would like to answer about lower notes with this instrument. So there's a problem. There is a find of Geisenklöster, an ivory rod with traces of splitting the rod. So this could have been a preform for a flute, or probably it was, and is 35 centimeters long, much longer than this one. And we are thinking about, of course, if they used mammoth ivory to be less limited in length with the instruments. But I've tested a lot of different reconstructions of these longer instruments, up to 35 centimeters, and the lower notes do not sound. And there's a reason for this, because the ratio between the inner diameter and the length of the tube is not balanced. So this means the pressure inside of the tube gets too high, and the sound wave doubles. So it switches over to the higher octave, and there we have again these high frequencies. So enlarging these instruments without extending the inner diameter would not reach lower notes. So this is an important result of my research. Yeah, and let's now speak. Let's speak music. This moment, there won't be silence, but this is just for me to clear my senses, yeah, after all these words. So. we should sing together today. And I would like to invite you to accompany or support a piece of Hildegard from Bingen with a drone. So a drone, for those who don't know, is a Bordun, called in Germany, is a fundamental note, sing or played over a long time, very easy, it's just one, and you may also be allowed to breathe in between. Maybe you can breathe chorically. Yeah, I choose this piece of Hildegard from Bingen just to show that these instruments are able, compared to 40,000 years ago, to play modern music. So this is high middle age, but compared to this, it's modern in a way, and the way of this very easy way to build a group and do music together. piece for which I need cave acoustics. There are 3 pieces left. Is there time for this?
Keep going.
Short. Okay. So one sound everybody who's connected to caves will know is the following. So this is a sound you will always hear in caves. Maybe we can just for this sound with the mic.
Use one if you want.
Ah.
I want you.
If I do this in caves, this is very well audible everywhere in the cave. So these are water drops. So I am very convinced we don't have a lot of these straight cut ends with the instrument finds of the Ach Valley, but we have a straight cut end for this instrument with an additional carefully worked notch. And so I'm convinced that this is the blowing device. So this must have been voiced as a notched flute like a South American quena. So this is the embouchure I used today. And this is important because for this instrument we have the blowing end. So we have one parameter changing pitch is fixed with the blowing end. So I've studied several reconstructions in length, of course, and it revealed that no matter how long the instrument is, the most upper interval between the first and the second hole is an augmented fourth. So it doesn't matter how long the instrument is. So this is maybe the first interval of these instruments we really may prove, or there's a clear evidence for this. Question, yeah.
Fritz Zilberger always said the ivory flute worked and you eventually had to stop playing it.
Is that your experience?
Yeah, there's a problem with the ivory flute. I figured it out together with Wolfheim, and we did reconstructions on elephant ivory for the reason we are thinking there are hair cracks in the mammoth ivory because of the age of the material. And I'm still testing elephant ivory instruments, and it seems that they are more tight than the mammoth ivory, and we can assume that they had fresh ivory to work with. So, but it's still in testing, I would say. So this one bone instrument in this case, so preserved are 3 holes, and this one is an example of a reconstruction with 4 holes, which is possible on the length of the bone. You may have experienced that the overblown octave is much louder than the lower octave. So imagine playing the flutes outside, and there had not been very much trees outside because it was like steppe landscape at that time. The lower octave would not be very well audible outside over a long distance, but the higher octave could have served also maybe for communication over long distances. And now the last, really a farewell, this is the last piece I will play on the reconstruction of the Isturiz instrument. You can see this is a ulna made from, not from the radius, the thinner bone, the ulna, and the diameter of the instrument does influence the volume more than the pitch. So if they used ulnas, the instruments get louder. So the dimensions of the mammoth ivory instrument may compare is similar to ulnas. So maybe they wanted to increase the whole frame, tone frame, but maybe they also wanted to increase the volume of the instrument. So farewell means, I know this is not really scientific because it's very unlikely that music survived an unbroken tradition over 40,000 years. But anyway, I did some research along the Danube corridor on still existent flute traditions, and they still have shepherd instruments in Hungary, for instance, played with a Nye technique, like I do this with a Isturiz instrument. And this is just an inspiration. I'm doing art. I'm allowed to do this. I found a song, a Hungarian song of a father, which he traditionally sings to say goodbye to his daughter who marries and moves to her husband's house. Yeah, this is just not the original tune, but inspired by this.
Organizers still organizing in the back. So thank you all for this fantastic meeting.